Good evening and welcome to the Township of Woolwich regular meeting of council on December 2nd, 2025. We welcome everyone here today and all those watching on YouTube. I'll start with roll call of council. I'm Mayor Shantz and am chairing this meeting. Councillor Bryant.
Present.
Councillor Burgess.
Present.
Councillor Cadeau.
Present.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
And Councillor Schwint.
Present.
Before we start the meeting, council also needs to reconvene an open session. Do we have a motion to reconvene? Councillor Grant, Councillor Cadeau, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Just a reminder that as we start the holiday season, the Elmira Santa Claus Parade is Saturday, December 6th at 10 a.m. If you want to walk with me, be there at 9:30 and we can walk together. We have a banner this year that's going to be carried in front. So, and also the carol sing. Bonnie, did you want to just mention the carol sing?
Yes, Monday, the 15th of December at 7 o'clock in West Montrose. They're doing it at the United Church this year. So everybody come on out and enjoy the evening.
Good to know because the bridge is closed.
The bridge is closed.
Okay, Councillor Cadeau.
Sorry, Mayor, through you, if we're going to do some plugs, I'll also say that Moonlight Madness is this Friday. So anybody wants to
Yes.
come downtown Elmira and see the tree lighting, we would welcome that.
Thank you. Lots going on. Let's start our meeting with just a moment of silence. Thank you. The Township of Woolwich acknowledges with deep respect that the land we call home has existed since time immemorial, long before our communities were formed and long before we arrived here. Indigenous peoples have had a deep and lasting relationship with this land, caring for it, learning from it, and living alongside all it sustains. We are grateful to the First Peoples who have lived on and cared for this land and who continue to do so today. In particular, excuse me, we recognize the Chinatan, also known as the Attawandaron, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee people. We honor their deep connection to this land and we acknowledge their wisdom, resilience, and leadership. These communities have protected and cared for the land with respect, responsibility, and a sense of shared trust. As we move forward, we hope to build a future based on mutual respect, shared responsibility, and stronger relationships with one another. May we continue to learn together, to care for each other, and to honor all who share this place with us. Do any council members have any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, there are no items to come forward from closed. We do have a public meeting this evening, and the following portion of the meeting is for information only, and no decisions will be made tonight. Any questions can be directed to Development Services staff following the meeting, and I declare the planning public meeting to be open. We are dealing with draft plan of subdivision and zone change application ZC06-/2025, KSB Printery Road, Inc. And I will call on our planner, Sherwin Maloney, to introduce this item. You're up, Sherwin.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Just click it. Should just click and it should be there. Which one? This one? Yeah, this one. Okay, never mind. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Shantz, members of council. My name is Sherwin Melanie, and I'm the planner assigned to this application. This meeting is to provide further information about the proposed application. The applicant GSP Group Inc. On behalf of the owner KSB Printery Road Inc. has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision application for the lands municipally known as 1128 and 1134 Printery Road. The subject lands are located adjacent to the region of Waterloo Spur Line Railway and within the southern part of St. Jacobs, the St. Jacobs settlement. The lands are approximately 0.9 hectares with frontages along Printery Road and King Street North. The lands are also surrounded by farmland and 2 single detached dwellings to the south, employment lands to the west of King Street North, low density residential to the north, and a significant woodlot to the west. The subject property is within the St. Jacobs urban settlement boundary and is designated as a residential and ancillary land use in the township official plan. The OP general residential policies for the St. Jacobs urban settlement allows up to a maximum density of 120 units per hectare, which may include medium density residential uses such as triplexes, fourplexes, and townhomes. The applicant is proposing a zone change from residential R1 to residential R6. The primary uses in the R1 zone include single detached dwellings, duplexes, group homes, and bed and breakfast. The primary uses in the R6 zone include triplexes, fourplexes, row townhomes, apartment buildings, back-to-back townhomes, stacked townhomes, and cluster townhomes or group multiple housing developments. The applicant is proposing 5 medium density row townhouse buildings for a total of 29 units. 11 of the 29 units is proposed to front onto Printery Road, requiring 11 driveway accesses onto Printery Road, while the remaining 18 units are proposed to be part of a condominium development with a private road access onto Printery Road. The applicant is projecting a population of 71 people. The projected density for this development is 32 units per hectare based on the lot size, with a projected amenity area of 46 square meters to 108 square meters per unit. The following documents, reports, and studies were submitted as part of the application. Further review of the studies reports provided is required and will need to be peer reviewed at the owner's expense. The following comments were received with respect to density due to the number of units and increased population, traffic congestion at King Street North and Printery Road intersection, off-street parking and potential parking issues on Printery Road, an increase in crime, water pressure due to an already strained system, rezoning from residential R1 to residential R6, whereas R5 would be preferred, and the integration of the housing type with the existing built form and small town character of St. Jacobs. The purpose of this meeting is to present the application and receive comments. No decisions will be made at this time. Staff will continue to work with the applicants and provide a report back to council once all topics have been considered and addressed. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Melanie? Councillor Bryant?
Thank you. What's the difference between R5 and R6?
So you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Bryant. The difference is in terms of the number of uses. The R5 allows triplexes, fourplexes, whereas the R6 allows higher density uses such as apartment buildings, stacked homes, stacked back to back, cluster of townhomes.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadeau, did you have your hand up?
I did, but mine was the same question as Councillor
Okay.
Bryant.
Thank you. Councillor Schwint.
Just following up on that, so various zoning or what numbers have different densities. Is that the only mechanism for directing or limiting what development happens on the site, or are there other mechanisms? And when would they come into play, like site plan approvals, that type of thing?
So, in terms of the densities for specific zoning, like are you referring to the R6 and the density for an R6 versus a density for R1?
Well, I guess I'm comparing our 5, 6, and 7, and is that the only way to, I guess, direct the development, or are there other mechanisms we as a township have to ensure we're meeting everybody's needs?
Yeah, so through a zone change, we can have site-specific provisions to um, inc increase density, reduce density, uh, increase height, minimize height. That sort of those sort of provisions can be put into the site-specific provision.
Ms. Breeze.
So if I can just add to that, so yeah, a site-specific provision through the zoning can be added to the property, so to limit it to what's proposed in this concept plan. So in this case, the townhouse units could be the only use that would be permitted on the property. If there was a site-specific zoning in place, you can also put a limit that they're only 2 stories in height and a limit on the density. Also, with answering your question about site plan control, so site plan control is only required in 10 units or more. So the street fronting, I think, are blocks of less than 10 units would not require site plan control.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. I have maybe a follow-up to Deanne. Thank you for that clarification, because it does, I was wondering when R5 dictates duplex or triplex, but R6 has the higher density, is it not possible for someone in a townhome to convert it into a duplex or a triplex?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so if you implement just the straightforward R6 or R5 zoning, then yes, they would not have to go with what's proposed in that concept plan. If you limit it to a site-specific zoning, you could limit the type of uses to only what's proposed in the concept plan, and then they would not be able to do those other uses.
Okay, thank you. For council's clarification, I bring this up because I know this is an issue that a Guelph resident is dealing with right now. They were proposed townhouses as next door, and they are now triplexes. So they went from 4 families to 16 fairly quickly.
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. In our agenda package, I noticed there was one letter from a residence, excuse me, and it said that there was 225 individuals, so I'm assuming there's a petition in here. Do we know anything more about that? Is there a petition or? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you. I'm not, this may be a question for Jared potentially, when it comes to the intersection of King and Printery Road. Are there plans to do some sort of traffic mediation, whether it's like a slow stop or traffic lights or anything like that with this type of project?
Mr. Poupet.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Grant. I'm not sure. It is a regionally controlled intersection. So you would think that some form of traffic impact study would be required as part of the development to assess that intersection. That'd be regional staff that would comment to that.
Oh, Ms.
Yes,
Breeze.
sorry, I can respond to that as well, and Sherwin can as well. They did submit a traffic brief, right?
That's
what I
correct.
thought. The traffic brief, and we will be reviewing that with the application and potentially peer review as well to determine what they're saying in that. The traffic that would be generated from this development would have to warrant those upgrades, but there could be other plans for any kind of signalized intersection or something like that. And we will be in discussions with the region to find out what their requirements are at that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bryant and then Cadeau.
Thank you. I'll go back to my same question for Deanne Freeze that I always seem to ask. Parking. Are we going to have an issue with parking? Because, again, they're townhouses, I'm assuming probably single garages. Are we gonna have parking all over the streets like we are running into in other neighborhoods?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Sherwin can also weigh in on this, but they would have to meet the minimum parking required per unit. Do you have-
Yeah, and the proposed concept plan shows that they're set back far enough to meet the minimum one parking space per unit. It's one parking space per unit. That's the minimum, but they're set back fair enough that more than one parking can be accomplished.
Councillor Cadeau.
Councillor Bryan and I are on the same page tonight, it seems. I was going to ask about the 11 driveways and how many cars can actually fit into those 11 driveways. Looking at the picture, there's a bunch that have setbacks that just wouldn't fit 2 cars. There's no question about that. The ones on the south. I can see the ones on the north probably being able to fit 2, but that is concerning that a lot of these places will only have 1 space. If I may ask another question though.
Sure.
You had mentioned condo. I just wasn't sure. Could you elaborate on what building or what components of this are going to be a condo and what that means?
Through you, Mayor Shawns, to Councillor Cadeau. So the 11 proposed units onto Printery, they're going to be as part of they're going to be freehold townhomes. It's the remaining 18 townhomes. They're going to be part of the condo development.
Just to expand to that, so the road that's proposed would be a private condo road.
Yeah.
Anything else for staff? No? Okay, thank you. Next, we will call on consultant Brandon Flewwelling from Development Planning Manager at GSP to speak to the zone change application. I'm having trouble getting my words out tonight. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Shant, members of council, members of the public. My name is Brandon Flewwelling. I'm the planning consultant to the owner and developer of the property. Some great questions, and I do have a brief presentation that I hopefully can help provide some additional context to not only questions from council, but all of the comments provided in the staff report from the public as well. I think everyone's quite familiar with where the site's located, and Sherwin explained that quite well, so we'll skip past that one. Couple details about the concept plan that maybe can just take a few moments to elaborate on. So on the left side of the screen, you will see the onto Printery Road. These are the freehold townhouse units. The driveways for each of these units have been set back about roughly 40 feet is the depth of the driveway as shown, so that they are deep enough for tandem parking. Each of the units will also have a single garage. So in essence, there will be 3 parking spaces per unit for each of the street fronting townhouse units. On the right-hand side of the screen, with the private internal roadway, that is the condominium portion of the development, and that's the difference between the draft plan application, which would create the 11 lots on the left-hand side, and then the block for the condominium on the right-hand side of the plan. So on the right-hand side, each of the units, again, they are all proposed to be 2-story townhouse dwelling units. I will get into some reference images and pictures of past developments of this type of unit. Certainly one of the comments we've seen from the public and even heard this evening is, you know, the R6 zoning is pretty broad and allows a lot of uses. The plan on the screen is the plan that is intended to be built. We're happy to work with staff to tailor the zoning so that this is the plan that is approved and that comes forward. And what I mean by that is clarifying that, you know, the maximum height is to permit 2-story townhouses, permitting to clarify that the uses permitted are townhouses, whether freehold or condominium. So if we're willing to work with staff to narrow that down and hopefully alleviate some of that concern from the public, because the R6 zone is quite broad and allows many things that just aren't proposed. Each of the units, so the 11 street fronting units, they'll be approximately 2,000 square feet in size. Again, they'll have a single car garage. They'll all be 3-bedroom units. On the right-hand side of the screen, the condo units, maybe slightly smaller, maybe 1,800 square feet. But again, they will have a driveway, at least a single driveway and a single car garage. Where there is space, the driveways have been set back to allow for tandem parking as well. These units roughly 1,800 square feet, as I said. So we, this is tailored specifically to a townhouse form of development. The properties each have, very large rear yards. The freehold units, the rear yard's approximately 60 feet deep. So there's large private amenity space for each of the units. On the condo side, rear yards are slightly bigger than you'd find on a typical residential lot. They're 8 meters where maybe 7.5 is standard. So ample space that way for private on-site amenities for each of the residents. At the very right side of the screen, you'll see a large green block. That is intended to be a natural block and a buffer to the woodlot that is there. So no development proposed there. And that is a block that would continue to be owned by the condominium and maintained by the condo corporation. So it's not a public park block or anything else. It's meant to be just a buffer and a no-touch zone from the edge of the core environmental woodlot feature. One of the comments that I should just highlight while we're on this screen is that to the south, the adjacent farm property, agricultural property, is for sale. And the one comment from the public was, well, what about, is this development going to expand into that? That's not the case. It's not proposed. And that southern line on the plan is the southern limit of the urban boundary for the village of St. Jacobs. So there's no permissions for additional residential development to occur south of there, and that's certainly not part of this application. On the screen are just some conceptual limit or some representative images. Again, 2-story townhouses, single car garage. You can see these ones are examples. These were built in Cambridge on Lisbon Pines. Again, these are examples where there is tandem parking. So the driveways are deep enough to allow tandem parking, and then a garage space beyond that. So very modern types of units that are in keeping with some of the newer development in the area. Again, some other sort of representative images from other developments by this developer, by this builder. Contemporary styling, again, 2-story format, single car garage, townhouse style of development. So I can't emphasize that enough. That is the purpose of this development and the application that's in front of you. And again, we're happy to work with staff to tailor that to help give some understanding to the public of, what the scope of this application is. Just a couple more. So the zoning request, as noted, is to go from an R1 zone to an R6 zone. That was the base request that was submitted. However, we're willing to refine that or add some site specifics in through further discussions with staff. And the only reason to ask for the R6 zoning is that's the zone that allows the townhouse units. So that guided the request for the R6 zoning. As Sherwin noted, there was a number of supporting studies that were done as we prepared this application and brought it forward. There was a traffic study, a noise and vibration study, servicing, stormwater management, archaeological. So all these reports have been submitted. They're in for review by township staff and agencies as appropriate. The next step is that we'll get comments back, we'll work with staff, and then, as you know, a recommendation report would then come forward. So we're really here tonight to listen, to present the proposal, hear your comments, and then work with staff as we move forward. So I hope that's provided some clarity, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Flewwelling? Councillor Cadeau and then Bryant.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I'm just wondering if you can provide some context as to why half of it is condo and the other half isn't.
Yeah, certainly. Great question. And through the mayor, it's really just to make the site function. It's a funny sort of, I'll call it a Z shape or a lightning bolt shaped property. So just to try and find efficiency, you can have the street fronting units, they function. They're a little deeper than you might find traditionally, but they work just fine. But to make the rest of the site function in an efficient manner, a private road is required. And then to maintain that private road, you have to establish a condominium corporation that would be responsible for the maintenance of that road, the snow removal, garbage collection, all that type of thing.
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you. I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer this, or it may be staff, but are you expecting a sidewalk to be put in along Printery Road, which would impact the amount of parking available for those units if the sidewalk does go in?
Through the mayor, I think we haven't received that comment directly about the need for a sidewalk, but we'll wait to get detailed comments back on the reports that have been submitted. But what I can say is that the setback of the driveways has taken in a 3-meter widening along the frontage of the property. So that's already included. So the 40 feet that I referenced for the depth of those driveways would be maintained if there's a sidewalk that is proposed.
Thank you.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor. This may be for staff, I'm not sure, but there's green space there on the right side. Typically, when we see new developments, there has to be a dedication of parkland. I'm assuming because this is a smaller development, we don't need that.
Ms. Breeze.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So in this situation, it is, first of all, that small piece of land would be on the condo, so it wouldn't be public park, and we wouldn't want that because you'd have to get an easement to get to it. So we would be taking cash in lieu of parkland here.
And so what I may suggest is if there was a way to rejig this so that that parkland was more central and could be accessed by everybody and could be township owned and operated, that might be something that could benefit the entire community, not just the condo.
Comment to take back with all the others.
Yeah, we can take that comment back. Just kind of we'd have to determine with our rec services whether or not we'd want that park space, or whether it's too small for us to want it and maintain it, or whether we're better off taking the money and using it for other park space or enhancements to other park space or arena enhancement. There's lots of options.
Anyone else?
Is there a park close by to this? I mean, there's a lot of potential density coming in here. What amenities are close by for them to use?
Mr. Melanie?
That, through you, Mayor Shantz, I can look into that and provide an answer in my report to council.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. I'll be listening and writing notes for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Next, I'll call on Mark Bauman to speak. Welcome, Mr. Bauman.
Mayor Shantz, council members, and staff member, village staff members, some friendly faces I know and some others I don't know. My name is Mark Bauman, and having sat in your seats as councillors for many years, I've learned that delegations to council are most appreciated if kept brief. To that point, to that note, I have 4 points to raise. And first of all, I'm not here to oppose or support this proposal. I'm just here to raise some concerns about some problems, potential problems, and problems that already exist. The first one that I want to talk about is the train. This development is within about 100 meters at the closest point to the train, and I'm assuming that staff will have some sort of notification for prospective buyers that the train it's a very active train track, and if the residents aren't warned, the first time the midnight train to Elmira goes through, they'll be lifted out of their beds, and you'll be hearing from them. The second point that was raised by several people is the intersection at Printery and King and parking issues. I would add to that concern the 11 driveways at front onto Printery Road. In the morning, when they want to back out of their driveways, they'll be facing a lineup of cars waiting to turn left or right onto King Street. And in the evening, if they want to back out of their driveways, they'll be facing cars that are turning right around a blind corner that, I can see some interaction with vehicles that isn't going to work out friendly for parties involved. So that's another concern. The third point I want to raise is development charges. In spite of what developers may tell us, growth costs everyone extra taxes. And I know that in the past few weeks and probably again tonight, you'll be struggling with tax increases. One of the things that Doug Ford has proposed is reducing development charges in order to attract affordable and reduce costs for affordable housing. The irony of that situation is that by reducing development charges, it impacts the tax levy that is imposed on all the residents. And at some point, seniors who are in fixed incomes, their homes become unaffordable. So it's a very counterintuitive thought that he's put out. I would encourage you not to reduce development charges for these properties. The last one is a problem that already exists, and my concern is that this development will exacerbate it even more. In the report that I read online, the proponent made numerous references to the fact that there's sufficient capacity in the St. Jacobs wastewater sewage treatment plant system. Heavy rainfalls in this past summer and in recent years would contradict those statements. Without approving more development in St. Jacobs, there are still approximately 55 units in the Valley View Height subdivision that are approved and haven't even gone online yet. There aren't people living there, or some of them aren't even built. So those are going to impact the flows into the sewage treatment plant. And adding 29 more here and potential other developments in town, I think is sort of not recognizing the problem that already exists with inflow and infiltration and backups that residents at the St. Jacobs Meadows have had. I think the problems need to be fixed before any new development happens in St. Jacobs. And I would suggest that one of the things that the township can look at is a overflow containment pond, so that when there is a surge during a storm, there's a place for the sewage to go, rather than using residents' basements as a stormwater management backup or a wastewater management backup system, which is what's happened in recent years. So I would really encourage the township to explore the possibility of a stormwater or wastewater containment system on the sewage treatment plant property. And with that, that's all I have. I look forward to council's and staff's answers in their upcoming report.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? No, thank you. Next, we have Doug Beingessner, Chairperson of St. Jacobs Meadows Residential Community, Inc. Welcome, Mr. Beingessner.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Shantz, Township Councillors, and Township staff, and representatives of KSB Printery Road, Inc. Before I get going, I would like to make it clear that I did not collaborate with Mark Bauman in the recess before the meeting here. However, my message is going to be similar. I'm Doug Beingessner, and I'm the chair of St. Jacobs Meadows. St. Jacobs Meadows Residential Community Incorporated is a nonprofit seniors community located at 29 Water Street in St. Jacobs. The contents, direction, and background information of our application has been well documented. Council staff are well aware of the details and have been working with us to resolve the issues. Our focus is the present lack of operating capacity of the St. Jacobs sewage treatment system, plant system when under stress. A brief history of events needs repeating. Since 2017, we as a community have experienced sewage backup in 8 of our units on 3 separate occasions during significant weather events. The inability of the system to handle the additional flows has caused great concern, not only as a gross inconvenience, but also as a financial burden. The threat of this occurring again weighs heavily on our somewhat fragile senior residents. This is not acceptable. Our community has been severely impacted, and we are greatly concerned. As information is coming forward, many questions still need to be addressed. At what point does the integrity of the treatment plant fail during a weather event? Are the sizes of the trunk lines feeding the treatment plant adequate enough? Or do they become a choke point at the plant? Will there be sufficient overflow reservoir capacity planned for the plant, and what will that be? What amounts of unwanted inflows are actually entering the system? Under a wider range of working conditions, can the plant actually perform properly within its deemed limits? And very importantly, have all possible alternatives to this solution been explored? Most importantly, is there a concrete plan of action to correct this problem, ensure that it never does happen again? We appreciate the efforts of township staff and their response to date. We realize ongoing work is being done and further information will be presented and trust it will be acted upon. However, until this situation is fully resolved, we as a community have no alternative but to oppose this and any further development plans that will impact our present sewage treatment system plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, not seeing any. Oh, I do see one.
Sorry, it's for
If you wanna
staff
go
though.
back. Sorry,
For staff.
for staff. Okay,
Thanks.
thanks. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Director Poupet. I know that we've been doing some pipelining work out in St. Jacobs. Would that have an impact in improving the situation at all, or is that separate and aside?
To you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Cadeau. So, yeah, I think there's been a collaborative effort, both with region staff and township staff on looking to improve the situation in St. Jacobs with respect to I&I and the inner workings of the wastewater treatment plant. The good work that was done on sewer lining on Water and Young, we have noticed an improvement, certainly on infiltration side of things. That's measurable improvement there. And there is ongoing investigations that are occurring. We have committed to having a meeting with the residents of 29 Water Street once we have more fulsome discussions with regional staff and collaborate together on a plan going forward. But there are active investigations occurring currently. And that's probably as much as I can say at this moment.
Anyone else? Excuse me, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Next, Mark Leech. Welcome, Mr. Leech.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz and Council. I'm Mark Leech. I live in St. Jacobs on Printery Road. I've lived there for 15 and a half years. And I and myself and a couple of the neighbors that I live close to, when we saw the proposal for the site at Printery and King, we asked what could we do because we did not like what we saw. So we prepared a petition that we circulated in St. Jacobs. And we ended up with a petition signed by over 270 residents. The majority of the residents, well, there is representation all over St. Jacobs, but we have pretty much every house on Printery Road, every house on Parkhaven, many houses on Maple Lawn, and all throughout the village. The gist of why we our main concern is the R6 zone change. We would much prefer an R5 zone change, which is what is on our petition, which was submitted. The concern of many of us is that the developer's draft plan currently envisions townhomes with a density of 29.25 units per hectare, which is below the permitted density under R5 zoning. The developer, however, applied to rezone the property to R6, which would allow an apartment building with up to 120 units per hectare. Rezoning to R6 would dramatically increase the value of the existing land, place significant pressure on neighboring R1 residential owners that back onto this property to sell, thereby opening the door to further R6 zone expansion and increasing the likelihood of a very high density potential apartment complex. Approving the rezoning site from R1 to R5 would allow the developer to build affordable homes, including fourplexes at a much higher density than the existing streetscape, without the risk of an apartment building being constructed at the entrance of St. Jacobs. So again, our proposed solution would be that we don't allow the R6 zone change, and we would recommend R5, which is consistent with all the adjoining streets that are in that existing neighborhood. Let's see. Yeah, in closing, I just want to say thanks to all the fellow residents who participated in helping get this petition together and circulated. And again, we strongly urge council to reject the proposed zone change to R6. Thank you.
I would assume that the suggestion for a site-specific zoning that would just deal with the townhouses in the diagrams we've seen would satisfy that need as well.
Well, that might help things because right now it's very open-ended as to what could happen with R6. And I've talked to Sherwin about that. Yeah, that might help things. We'd prefer something that's lower density that is what the current existing area is R5 zoning. Single-family dwellings, duplexes, and even up to fourplexes. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Are there any questions from council? Councillor Schwint.
Just a point of order, question for the clerk. With the petition, has it been submitted yet? And if not, can staff assist in getting that submitted? And what's the process?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I don't believe it's been officially submitted to the township, but if the presenter wants to do that either now or later, we can help you with that.
Yeah, thank you. We did submit what we had at the time of the cutoff for this meeting. I believe it was the 18th or 19th of November to Sherwin, and Sherwin, it did include a copy of that in the file for this.
Perfect.
So-
Then we will treat that as submitted, and if there's updates, we can also add those updates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next participant is Phyllis Winfield. Welcome, Ms. Winfield. Yes, got it.
Mayor Shantz, councillors. I'm Phyllis Winfield. Apart from the St. Jacobs Printery, I've resided on Printery Road for the longest of those assembled here. My property is adjacent to 1128 and 1134 Printery Road, and like the pond property, it will be impacted on two sides by this proposed development. The Melitzer and site properties will also physically be significantly impacted, regardless of whether it's R6 or something else. This development will significantly impact our homes as they physically abut the red lines of the development. People need affordable homes, but we also need farmland and farmers for population sustainability. High-density infrastructure should be built along established efficient transit lines, and the GRT Route 21 is not that. For the record, I did not sign the petition that was circulated, regardless of the zoning change, because the current owner and the new residents will eventually be our neighbors. And what's the message we send to say, we don't want you here in this form? This is not a message of an inclusive St. Jacobs. I'm skipping some of it. There are several factors that need to be carefully considered before any zoning change is made. I've read the documents and have seen the support for the rezoning and would like to highlight some of the areas that must be addressed. Although the farm to the south is currently listed for real estate, it is a working farm, as is the Martin Farm on Old Scout Place. There is from time to time large equipment that uses Printery Road for moving equipment and farm products. Conestoga Carpenters is also located on the Martin Farm, along with ongoing construction with the Bromberg subdivision, which this piece is not going to be a long-standing issue, but it is an issue now. When completed, it will bring more residential traffic to Printery Road. I do not think that appropriate consideration has been given to the type of traffic that uses Printery Road and the impact this increase will have based on the number of homes proposed in the space there. The St. Jacobs Printery is a business that has resided on Printery Road for 100 years, slightly longer than me, and regularly has deliveries to their place of business. I think it's going to become exceedingly difficult given the space constraints when someone on the south side of Printery Road is exiting their driveway and there's incoming traffic from King, even with the road widening. And currently there's no parking on the south side of Printery Road because of the danger of traffic congestion. Creative Landscape used to have their staff park on Printery Road on the south side, and somebody was going to get clocked because they're coming around the corner, cars are parked there, they don't see them, and it's a dangerous situation. The construction directly across from the Printery will be noisy, dusty, and disruptive. And it's the Printery that's been a long-standing cherished business neighbor and employer that should get priority for protection. The exit from Printery Road to King is a problem. Recently, I was sitting in the left lane within the boundaries of the lane marker. There was an unlabeled landscape truck turning from King onto Printery. The driver put down his window and he spat at my car and said I was in his way. Had I not been late for a meeting, I would have followed the young man and we'd have had a conversation about common courtesy. And at the very least, I would have had a discussion with his employer about the hiring failings. If there's large trucks on King Street, you need to back up so that there's room. And if there's no one behind me, I will. But this was not a large pickup truck. This was a large truck. It was a pickup truck on steroids with somebody with an attitude. And there's been numerous times when sitting to turn left on Printery onto King that the incoming drivers take the corner too wide and too fast. What will happen when somebody is trying to exit their driveway? Someone comes around the corner and hits them. It's going to happen. The addition of the number of homes proposed is going to significantly increase the traffic in a short period of time. Where are the vehicles going to park that come with these homes or their guests? And where are they going to put the snow? If they have these double wide driveways and 3 feet in between, where does the snow go? The traffic study that was done did not really take into consideration the traffic flow at 7, 8 in the morning when home hardware staff is coming in, or at 3 and 4:30 when they're leaving and the people are going to pick up their kids. The traffic study was done on a Wednesday in April. Perhaps a Thursday or a Saturday when there's tourist season business is more representative of the actual challenge. I expect, for the most part, that this development will not be providing a lot of new homes for families from the surrounding areas, but most like subdivisions will be providing a bedroom for those who effectively live and work elsewhere. The existing neighborhood on the south side of Printery Road is currently backs onto farmland. With the benefits of being near a farm come agricultural aromas that those who want to move to the country are often ill prepared for. Often in the spring and the fall, when there's the spreading of manure. There's also a poultry barn on the Martin farm, and on a rare occasion, when there's an east wind, the full impact of the poultry barn wafts into our yard. I mention this for 2 reasons. The first being that agriculture is an important part of our community. Although with the encroachment of development, it's harder to continue. But I also highlight that the farming, to the extent the farmers want to continue, needs to be protected and not harassed by individuals that do not understand the business of farming. As I mentioned to a new neighbor not long after they moved to the north side of Printery Road, on a day when there was an east wind, he said, "What's that choking smell?" And I promptly replied, "Ron's chicken barn. There's an east wind." He was totally taken aback that the potential for foul smells was not listed in his purchase disclosure document. My comment was, "Did you not drive around before you signed on the dotted line? Did you not see the farms?" "Well, yes, we were very excited to leave the city." Well, that's life in the country. Deal with it. Hopefully, there will be large, loud, smelly farm equipment for more years in the fields behind us. But it was not that long ago that my home used to face a field, and the biggest challenge we had were potato bugs during crop rotation. Mr. Hill would spend his days with a small bucket of water and remove every potato bug from wherever it landed. There were 5 homes on our dead-end road where you knew everyone who drove by and where they were going, and you waved because you knew where they were going. But that time has long passed. That came with more benefits than you can imagine. Not an electronic surveillance device attached to your phone, but a young neighbor who had promptly come over and report with great accuracy which relative had stopped in. What the construction of the subdivision taught those of us that have lived through it is that this development will have a far greater impact on our personal space. This will become a significant intrusion into our previously very private yards. While the development document refers to the ample private rear yards which allow the opportunity for children and youth to play, if the current homeowners on the north side of Printery Road think their yards are too small, these will be significantly smaller. It's common for our properties to be trespassed upon, as people see properties with R1 zoning as having significant space. It's happened previously, and I expect it will happen again, that people will seize the opportunity to use our yards as their private space. I have in the past come home to find my yard without permission being used as a personal park. When I challenged, why are you playing in my yard? And this included the adults supervising the children. The response was, our yards are too small to play soccer in, so we came over here. We knew you weren't home. The directions to the public park are down the road and around the corner. There are also safety risks of unsupervised children with the blinders of youth who do not understand the dangers they face while exploring an area not designed to be a children's playground. I expect that this risk will further be exacerbated as the potential yards are much smaller. I do not support that the developer has opted to pay cash in lieu of parkland. Our yards are not an option. The scoped hydrology report refers to the fact that in the event that shallow private water wells are identified with a radius of influence, within the radius of influence of the construction dewatering, a supply well monitoring program will need to be implemented to ensure construction dewatering does not negatively impact the private wells. Well, monitoring the well once the damage is done does little to fix it. Within the package in the hydrology section, it refers to drawing 4 of the potential impact area. While the address drawing says 1134 Printery Road, the actual picture is Exeter Road and number 4. It's not where we are. The site, pond, and my property have private wells, and dewatering of our wells and the quality impact is a significant concern. Make no mistake, I am aware that the impact on our homes because of this development is of little concern to anyone except the homeowners. I would further expect that appropriate drainage protection be installed prior to excavation to protect our existing properties from runoff. Water runs to the lowest point, and I would like it to not be our yards and basements. Based on my limited knowledge of the excavation report, there will be substantial elevation changes to the area within the lines of the development. All of our properties are the low points, particularly the pond and site homes. The easterly border of their property is proposed to have a 3.35 meter retaining wall. For those of us that learn cursive writing, that's 11 feet. The diagram does not mention a retaining wall on the north side of the pond property, but given the lay of the land, I would also expect that it will need to be substantial. There will be retaining walls along my property that are about 1.5 meters high. With regards to the adequate water supply of the municipal sewer, the proposed development will utilize existing municipal water services and sanitation, as well as other applicable utilities with sufficient capacity to support the proposed development. Will there be an adequate supply, given that there's already other developments at the north end of Hawksville Road? When I attended the township meeting on June 10th, like this one, regarding the developments for Hawksville Road, the lack of adequate water and sewer was a primary concern, along with the unreasonable traffic increases with regards to and the impact on private homes. While there may be enough capacity for each project, is there enough capacity for all projects? There also needs to be dust and vibration management. When the heavy excavation happened on the north side of Printery Road, the dishes in our home would rattle in the kitchen cupboards. I can only imagine what will happen with the construction being so much closer. The PJR refers to on-street parking for additional cars. The current private road allowance is 6.3 meters. With the snow and garbage removal being the responsibility of the condo corp, it does not leave a lot of room to maneuver for children potentially playing in the streets because there's no parkland provided. For the perspective, this is wider than the minimum standard that the township plowed Printery Road last winter. Printery Road is currently a class 5 roadway with 2 lanes, and the minimum standard to provide is a plowing width of 5 meters. It was impassable with 2 cars to travel in opposite directions at the same time, and even more challenging for large trucks and equipment. Another item that needs to be clearly communicated to potential buyers is in the category of "it was here first," is the whistle of the train that runs several times a day for the tourist train and the commercial train that runs to Elmira nightly. Depending on the conductor and the time of day, the train whistle will be loud and long and piercing, particularly late at night when the other noises of the day have quieted. Rarely does it bother those of us who are used to it, but these homes will be impacted by the noise. It serves as an important safety feature as the train crosses King Street twice and Henry Street and should not be silenced. Those that must move in must be aware and be prepared for it. And it is CN's position in the reporting letter dated June 27th that it continues to strongly be opposed to locating developments near roadway facilities and right-of-ways due to the potential safety and environmental conflicts. Development adjacent to the railway right-of-way is not appropriate without sound impact mitigation measures to reduce incompatibility. Given that there have been concerns from individuals who have moved into the current phase of the Bromberg subdivision about the train noise, I'm not sure how sound impact mitigation measures will work in homes close enough to the Waterloo Central rail cars as they pass by. Several of the documents refer to Printery Street. I don't know if this is a result of poor proofreading or if there's an intent to change our address again. Just don't. When the settlement area was extended and our address was changed from Waterloo to St. Jacobs, my home and car insurance and that of my neighbors rose 30% because of a change of postal code. I was now in a more expensive to insure postal code, I was told, because I moved. I argued with my insurer that I did not move and nothing changed except a bureaucratic administrative decision. Would the difference between road and street do that? I don't know, but just don't. Am I delivering a mixed message about being an inclusive community while respecting the history of our village and the existing properties? I don't think so, but I'm biased. What is important to communicate is that if the marketing of St. Jacobs highlights, it's unique, but the key components of the uniqueness needs to be an understanding and what that means and acceptance of the history it represents. Does the nature of this proposed development fit with the dynamic of the neighborhood? Absolutely not. Developing neighborhoods that integrate well into existing communities does not seem to be the fit. From what I've learned from having observed the expansion of the north side of Printery Road.
Ms. Winfield, are you closing soon?
I'm soon. I'm soon. This is a hybrid of rural and urban and already a multicultural community. What makes living in St. Jacobs unique is that, accept it.
Thank you for presenting. Are there questions for Ms. Winfield? Thank you.
Yeah.
We've kept, staff have been keeping notes and to have a record of all the comments, so.
I also
keep them
provided
in-
comments to this young lady over here. She's
That's-
got a full copy of the document.
Perfect. And anyone else, I know we have one more speaker yet, but anyone else who can provide their documents, that would be helpful for staff. Our final participant is John Dixon. Welcome, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and staff. My name is John Dixon, and I reside at 127 Water Street in St. Jacobs. While I understand the township's goal to increase housing supply, I too have serious concerns regarding the scale, safety, and long-term legal implications of this specific proposal. My first concern is with the intensity of the proposed change. As others have mentioned, the application seeks to rezone this land from R1, low density, to R6, high density. We're moving from a designation meant for single-family homes to a complex of 29 units on a relatively small parcel. This is a drastic jump. An R6 zone creates a pocket of high density that is inconsistent with the immediate streetscape of Printery Road. We're not opposed to growth, but it must be sensitive growth. Placing high-density housing here creates an abrupt transition rather than a gentle integration into the existing St. Jacobs neighborhood. My most significant concern, and one I ask Council to pay close attention to, has also been brought to light, but it's the difference between the concept plan we see tonight and the zoning law actually being requested. The developer is showing us pictures of townhouses and even reassuring that that's all they want. However, they are requesting a blanket R6 zoning. Under the township's bylaws, R6 zoning legally permits apartment dwellings in heights up to 12.5 meters. If this zoning is approved as is, and the property is sold next year, or market conditions didn't change, the current or future owner could scrap the townhouse plan and build a 4-story apartment block as of right. They would not need to come back to a public meeting for that change because R6 allows it. We cannot rely simply on a concept. We need legal certainty. If council is inclined to approve this application as requested, I would certainly ask that a site-specific special provision that strictly limits the permitted uses to townhomes only and specifically prohibits apartment dwellings on this site. Do not grant R6 permissions for an R6 concept that might change. Tie the zoning permission directly to the built form being promised. And finally, I'd like to highlight the impact on road safety. Printery Road is a local road. Adding 29 households means potentially 50, 60 additional vehicles entering and exiting daily. The proposed internal private road creates a single choke point for these units. Concerned about sightlines and safety for pedestrians, particularly children, given the increased volume on a road not designed for this intensity. Further, if visitor parking is insufficient, which it seems to be, we'll see significant spillover parking on Printery Road, narrowing the street further and impeding local traffic. Imagine simply, if you will, even a quarter of those townhomes and buildings holding a holiday gathering with 1 to 2 cars extra per unit. The only place to park is on the street. There's no visitor parking proposed. And my children asked me to raise very specifically tonight the children's safety issue. Having a family that grew up in St. Jacobs, particularly riding bikes, roller skating, scootering, whatever, that's an awful density for kids to be riding around with concern for safety. So in summary, I'm asking council to protect the character and future of this neighborhood. Preferably refuse the R6 designation in favor of a lower density zone, perhaps R3, R4. However, if you are set to proceed with R6, you must include the site-specific provision that prohibits apartment buildings and multiple dwellings, ensuring the site can only ever be used for the townhouses presented today. A zoning change is a permanent change, not a temporary one. Lastly, I encourage all of you to ask more questions regarding the proposal. Some of the questions early on certainly indicate a very early stage, which I understand, but please continue to ask questions and dive into the details of the proposal. And also encourage you not to take cash for parkland. I know that might be tempting and budget constraints, but cash for parkland is a short-term benefit for a long-term pain. The cash goes very quickly, and the loss of the parkland remains forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Are there questions? No, not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the clerk if there is anyone else who wants to speak that you know of.
Mayor Shantz, there's no one else that has registered with the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak to this briefly? Okay, thank you. Then I will declare the planning public meeting to be closed, and staff will take your comments and provide a report. And I guess I'll ask Sherwin, is there a sign-up sheet outside if people want to be informed of the next, when the staff report will come, or?
I can provide that information to them. I had it on my slide, but yeah, I could provide that information to members of the public outside if they'd like.
So how will they hear about when the staff report comes? I guess is really my question.
There's a register, I believe, they can sign up for. Through you to Director Smith, can you speak to that?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I don't think we have the traditional sign-up sheets, but anyone that has reached out to the clerk's office or the planning department will be notified of any updates. So if anyone wants to reach out to clerks or planning, we can make sure you're aware of that.
Okay, thank you. So that is the end of the planning public meeting, and we will move on to presentations and delegations, which we have a number of on the agenda tonight. So we'll give people a moment here, and then I'll read my little blurb. the chamber first. Okay, so there are a number of delegations and presentations. The planning public meeting is open, but these we'd like you to please keep to the time limit posted on the agenda. There will be a timer on the screen. You will hear a warning sound when you have 1 minute left, and again when your time is up. Once you're finished, you can return to your seat or turn off your mic and video if you're virtual. And you're also welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting or leave as you wish. I think most people are virtual here. First up, we will hear from President and CEO of the Greater Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce, Ian McLean, and Director of Healthcare and Physician Recruitment, Jenna Petker, from the Chamber of Commerce, to present to us virtually on the physician recruitment update and continued funding request. Ian and Jenna. I see Jenna. Is Ian with you, or are you solo?
No, Ian is here. I see him on the screen.
Okay. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
I'm just waiting for it.
Well, I can't seem to turn on my video, so it says it's disabled by the host.
Oh, can we let Ian in?
It may be better for you not to see me, but I can speak.
We can hear you.
Okay, well, oh, there it is. It says start my video.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Okay, I just need to know how fast to speak. Is it 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
7.
7. Well, then I can speak at a normal pace then. Listen, thank you, Mayor Shantz and Council, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am joined by my colleague, Jenna Petker, who is the brains behind our operation and does all of the hard work recruiting family physicians in Kitchener, Waterloo, and Woolwich Township. Important that just as background, the Chamber runs this program on behalf of the entire community. Municipalities, hospitals, businesses, and residents all benefit. We do this because no one else does. And it's not dissimilar to the leadership the Chamber plays on with the Immigration Partnership as an example. It's important for our communities, important for our businesses, and for our neighborhoods and community. Municipal funding is the anchor that makes the whole program possible. It provides the credibility and leadership we need when asking the business community to help fill the remaining approximately $200,000 a year that's required to run the program. When municipalities invest, businesses follow. Your support leverages private sector dollars, and without the municipal backing, it becomes significantly harder to raise the funds needed to run this program at full capacity. We're successfully recruiting physicians, with 10 to 14 doctors joining our community in a variety of capacities each year. Many community family physicians are nearing or entering retirement, which is a major driver of the family physician shortage we experience in Waterloo region, frankly, across Ontario and right throughout Canada. And despite strong efforts, we need to do more because of population growth, because existing doctors are leaving or heading towards retirement, new doctors practicing in different ways with lower roster sizes, and we're competing for healthcare talent, not just across Ontario, but globally. Today, 1 in 5 residents in our community don't have a family doctor. That represents almost 150,000 people across Waterloo region who are unattached to primary care. This number continues to grow as our community grows. More retirements and fewer entering into family medicine once they're done their studies. The Chamber created this program in 1998 in response to emerging shortages, and businesses have challenges with recruiting and retaining talent as a result of the lack of healthcare and in particular family doctors. Since then, our program has recruited more than 300 physicians in the Kitchener-Waterloo Woolwich area. We work closely with the Elmira FHO group and the Woolwich Community Health Center to support their ongoing recruitment needs. The region remains one of the fastest growing areas in Ontario. I don't need to tell this council that, with no indication of population growth slowing, at least locally. It's anticipated that over 2.2 million Ontarians do not have a family doctor. So this isn't just a local issue, it's systemic, but we're trying to deal with the local aspect of lack of primary care. Every new physician we recruit often replaces one who is retiring, which makes it challenging to attach those who currently do not have a family doctor. 30% of physicians are at or near retirement age. If recruitment efforts aren't taken, an additional 70,000 residents are at risk of being without a family doctor in the coming several years. Without sustained and increased recruitment efforts, the number of unattached residents will continue to climb. And just a couple of trends in primary care. Fewer medical graduates are choosing comprehensive family medicine due to the pain points within family medicine, the administrative burden being at least compensation issues that they believe are there. Instead, many are pursuing focused or specialized areas like palliative care, obstetrics, sports medicine, addictions medicine, emergency, and hospitalist roles. The majority of new grads are locuming, which means contract work. This means fewer new physicians are opening broad-scoped community family practices with large patient panels. The pipeline into traditional family medicine is shrinking, which worsens the recruitment challenge. So we need to try and do new and different things by way of recruiting, particularly by focusing internationally for Canadians studying abroad to bring them home, and for foreign trained doctors wanting to practice in Ontario. Waterloo Region is one of the fastest growing communities in Ontario. Population growth is far outpacing our ability to add new family physicians, and that regional growth will not slow down. So more residents equals more need for primary care. The Chamber employs, the program that we deliver employs one full-time staff dedicated entirely to physician recruitment. Jenna does an outstanding job and is a resource not only to physicians and their families at any stage in their career, but also works collaboratively with the medical school, with the hospital, on residency options, relocation, retirement planning. So we take a community approach. This isn't about the Chamber of Commerce or business. This is about the needs of the community. We understand we aren't just recruiting a physician, but a partner or family members who need to find work and a sense of belonging here in Waterloo Region. So this work includes the work that Jenna undertakes on behalf of us all, private tours for physicians and their families, organizing the annual Family Medicine Resident Weekend, which we just had, and I know David and Mayor Shantz were part of. From this event alone, we typically recruit 6+ physicians a year. Attending recruitment fairs at medical schools and training sites across the province, in the United States and in the United Kingdom are all things we are now know we have to do. Over 60% of medical school students in the UK are Canadian, and it's critical that we support them in their pathway to return home and practice here in Ontario. Ongoing relationship building with residents, with new grads and physicians exploring relocation. We support physicians retiring with finding a replacement, and these activities require time, planning, and stable funding to be effective. We also are working with the Southern Ontario Physician Recruitment Recruiters Association for all of that work that we do, not only in Ontario, but as collective across the United States in Phoenix, Kansas City, Anaheim, Dublin, Ireland, Birmingham, UK, are where we're going to find doctors in the future. Just in closing, Waterloo Region is in a long-term primary care crisis driven by retirements, fewer graduates entering family medicine, and rapid growth. So your ongoing support ensures we remain competitive, visible, and proactive in recruiting the new physicians we need here in Waterloo Region. Your municipal investment remains essential for stability and for leveraging the rest of your dollars we can leverage the private sector for the funding required. So thanks once again to this council for your leadership, and we look for your reaffirmation of the Chamber's commitment to continue to do this work on the community's behalf. Happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate the leeway of being a little over. Thank you.
Thanks. You almost talked fast enough.
I know, I could have sped it up there. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Any questions? David?
Yeah, just a little history for council. Woolwich has supported this program since 2006. And as Ian has noted, it involves the cities of Kitchener, Waterloo, and Woolwich from a municipal partnership, but there are a lot of private sector and other public sector partners with respect to this. Certainly this is something that through our strong mayor's budget and council's deliberation certainly is something similar to other requests that they're asking that we consider to continue to support. As Ian noted, I've had the privilege of working with a number of mayors through the Physician Recruitment Weekend, the first weekend in November. Every month, Friday night, we are there to interact directly with physicians that are considering this area to locate. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, certainly the way I've always approached things is similar to, I think, I'll draw a parallel for council to similar to the approach in our partnership and collaboration with groups like Waterloo Region Economic Development Corp or Explore Waterloo Region. It's the region and area municipalities in some way, shape, or form coming together to collaborate in the betterment of the broader region. Excuse me, obviously with the hope that we are supporting the local Woolwich community. But whether we're attracting industries here to the broader region and we're providing places for people to work, live, play, etc., certainly some of these visions that we have and initiatives in our two-tier system are better when we collaborate and partner together for the betterment of the region and the broader Woolwich community.
And I would just add, and I couldn't squeeze it into the presentation, David, but I do appreciate that context. We have, I think it's Jenna, 43 private sector partners, in addition to the City of Kitchener, City of Waterloo, and Woolwich Township. So including Home Hardware is one of our sponsors, our partners in this program. So we do leverage the dollars with businesses from right across the region, including from Woolwich Township, you know, to work on behalf of all citizens that are looking for primary care.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I'm just wondering if you could give us an average of how many physicians through this program come to Woolwich specifically.
Jenna?
Sorry, I can hop in. So I work directly with the Elmira group. I can't share names confidentially, but I do support the Elmira with their locums that are coming in and some of their ongoing recruitment needs, as well as locum, which is contract bringing in physicians to cover practices like maternity leaves or medical leaves through the Woolwich Community Health Center as well.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is when we find and when we get a new doctor, even if they're not located geographically in the township, we make available through the people that are on our list that Jenna's in touch with, regardless of where they live. So my guess is that there's lots of crossover of whether the practice is in Waterloo, there's probably township residents, Kitchener residents, those that are looking for it. So you know, we place them when we have opportunities or practice opportunities geographically, but I think that there's this notion that anyone that's looking for a family doctor is under the understanding they may have to travel, you know, into you know, from their, as an example, from St. Jacobs to Waterloo to find that doctor.
That's right. I think there's only about 8,000 attached within Woolwich to a family physician. So the unattachment rate is quite high, but a number of those residents, like Ian mentioned, would be attached in Waterloo or Kitchener area as well.
Can you hear? Sorry, we seem to have, if you
Yeah,
can
is
hear
that
us,
better?
yeah, we missed you there for about a minute. Jenna
Okay.
couldn't hear.
I was just telling a story about my travels with my primary care provider, moving and retiring and jumping all around Kitchener Waterloo.
Mhm.
I think they just give me a, a certain length of time on the battery and then I'm done. Okay, are there any other questions? No. I think your ask is $10,000 over 3 years.
I think, David, I think it was that was what we had discussed in by way of getting into the next budget cycle.
Okay. So we can do it 2 ways. You can just leave it as part of the budget cycle and discuss it later, or if you want to direct me, we can do a motion. Anything? Nothing?
I think the general consensus is to leave it for the budget for further discussion.
Yeah. Okay, we'll make sure
Okay.
that it gets inserted in the budget process.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank
time
you
today.
very much.
Much
Thank
appreciated.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have our Director of Development Services, Deanne Freeze, joined by Kaitlyn Rosebrugh, Senior Source Protection Coordinator and Program Lead at GRCA, to talk about Grand River Source Protection Plan Amendment. I hope I said your name correctly.
Yes, it's Rosebrugh.
Who wants to start, Ms. Freeze?
Yeah, so this was an item that was deferred from the last meeting, and we brought the GRCA to explain it better than myself, since I'm not an expert in this area.
Okay, Ms. Rosebrugh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've been asked to attend today just to provide a brief overview of the Grand River Source Protection Plan Amendment before you in the staff report. So this Source Protection Plan Amendment involves revisions to existing approved policies to apply within the protection area for water quantity, or as it's called, a WAPA-Q, for the Guelph and Guelph-Aramosa Township, or as we refer to it as GGET. So there's revisions to existing and approved policies, but as well, there are 6 new policies being proposed to apply within that WAPA-Q area. So the current approved policies include education and awareness initiatives, information sharing and study collaboration, water management for provincial permits and approvals, and those policies are directed at the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the Ministry of Natural Resources, and study requirements through the land use planning process. So the 6 new policies will supplement those existing policies through more information sharing and collaboration between the GGET WAPA-Q municipalities, and additional actions directed towards the MECP and MNR related to water management. So the current and new policies that are directed at those ministries request that they consider source water protection as part of their permit and approvals process. The policies do not prohibit new or existing water takings. The province is currently consulting on proposed changes to the Clean Water Act that will introduce standardized wording for these types of policies that relate to approval instruments. So for these GGET policies, the intent of the policies will remain the same. However, the wording may change a little bit once the province implements that standardization. So the consultation process for this amendment involves pre-consultation with bodies that are responsible for implementing the policies, followed by a public consultation. So municipal council resolutions are required to endorse these proposed policies before they move into the public consultation period. And between these stages, the policies may be revised in order to reflect any feedback that's received. So the public engagement is critical. The community members are invited to participate in consultations. They can comment on the draft policies and raise local concerns. That public engagement period will be initiated at the completion of this pre-consultation period. So that's a brief overview of the policies, but I'm also still available to answer any questions about this pre-consultation process or the plan amendment process in general as well.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Schwint.
Thanks, Mayor Shantz. And first of all, I appreciate you coming to the meeting tonight to present and explain this to us. I was the one who was reluctant last meeting to move forward. It's nice to know a little bit more, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, my concerns aren't entirely alleviated. We're being asked to endorse something that we're not experts on. I think one of the changes was adding some of those properties under the source water protection would limit to protect source water. What limitations could be imposed on those properties? For example, if it's a farm, can they fertilize the land as they have in the past? Can they pasture animals away in the past? I know these seem far-reaching, but I'm going back to the next item on our agenda, on our transportation. We were told many years ago we have to endorse active transportation, and now we're being told that bike lanes are the best thing since sliced bread for downtown Elmira. So when councils like us are asked to support something that we're not experts on, not involved in, that can be turned around and used against us or our residents in the future. So I'm not opposed to this. I just don't think the Township of Woolwich has any reason to weigh in on it.
Ms. Rosebrugh?
Yep, through you, Mayor. So the policies that are proposed in this amendment do only apply within this small area of the Wapaku that falls within the Township of Woolwich. So I believe this is about 8 properties along that eastern boundary. And they would only apply to the significant drinking water threat activities that are related to water quantity. So those would be a consumptive water taking, or if there's a particular activity that would reduce the recharge of water back into the aquifer. So those are 2 specific threat activities that these policies would apply to, and it would only be within that area where those 8 properties are. So during the consultation process, we would send a notification letter to any property owners believed to be engaging in those activities. So typically this would be somebody who has a permit to take water, for example. So to your point about, agricultural activities such as spreading manure and things like that, those are not the types of activities that are subject to these particular policies.
Anyone else? Councillor Bryant?
Thank you. Just a comment. This is in my ward and I am familiar with that area. I don't see any big issues with what that area has in it. And I know with Guelph water is a big concern. The one area that has gravel pits would be at the corner of basically Kasuth and Highway 24. They're probably taking water in there, but for us, I don't see any major effects at all on those properties. So I'm not concerned with what she's proposing.
And that corner doesn't look like it's part of,
It's right on the Woolwich Guelph town line, basically. It's the rural properties and there's really not much that's going to be affected, I don't think.
Councillor Burgess?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just 2 questions. What about digging a new well? If a farmer had to do that, that's taking water, not necessarily directly from a creek or something, but would that be affected? And question 2, you said the province is soon going to standardize this language, so why are we making changes now, and should we just wait till that comes down the pipe?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So for the first question, a private water taking is, it could be considered a water taking under the Clean Water Act, but the nature of these policies are not particularly addressed toward private landowners. They are addressed towards the ministry, M&R. So for example, if there's a large water taking that requires a permit to take water, then these policies would be triggered. Similarly, if there's an aggregate site that requires an approval under the Aggregate Resources Act, that would trigger those particular policies. There is a land use planning policy that is implemented at the municipal level, and that is related to development applications. So unless there was a particular application put forward that would result in that type of water taking, that could maybe be considered. But again, that would just require some study requirements and addressing whether or not the water quantity taking is considered a threat or not. So in my personal opinion, I don't feel that these policies would apply to that particular case of just a private well. I don't think that that would trigger this, but it does technically fall under the category of a water taking, just to be technically correct, but I don't think it would apply in this case under these particular policies that are before you now. And then the second question, I believe, was about waiting, whether we would proceed with this amendment now or wait for the ministry's standardized wording. So as of right now, those proposals that the ministry's put forward are not yet approved, so they're still in consultation. So we don't know what direction that may take at this time. So we've been given direction just to proceed status quo with the amendment that we have at the time. And then depending on where the province moves with those proposals, we would have to potentially make adjustments to those policies then.
Thanks, Councillor Schwint.
Thanks. I'm not overly concerned, but I don't understand why you need Woolwich's endorsement of this to move forward.
Ms.
Yeah,
Rosebrugh?
through you, Mayor. Yes, this is a little bit of a legislative hurdle. So under the Clean Water Act, under Section 34, which is what enables us to make these localized amendments to the source protection plan, we are required by legislation to obtain a council endorsement resolution if the amendment affects the municipality. So because that small portion of the Wapakiu extends into Woolwich Township, even though we don't feel that there would be any particular impacts to that small area, it does trigger that legislative requirement that we do need to pre-consult with that municipality and obtain endorsement from their council.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Cadeau?
Do you need a resolution for this?
I do. I think there's one in your package.
But
Moved by Councillor Cadeau, seconded by Councillor Grant. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Asset management for roads. Mr. Dave Anderson, Certified Engineering Technologist and President of Four Roads Management Services, Inc., will present to us.
Hey, Mayor Shantz, members of council, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Can you press the button on there? There we go.
Thank you. Mayor Shantz, members of council, thank you very much again for the opportunity to make this presentation here tonight. We'll have a high-level, brief discussion on asset management for roads, but you can apply a lot of the things that I'm going to say to just about any asset. Everything that we do in a municipality falls under that asset management umbrella. We need to keep assets in good condition to deliver services. We deliver services in roads, bridges, water, wastewater, stormwater, recreation facilities, offices, fleet, parks, etc. So to ensure adequate and appropriate delivery of the services, all the assets have to be in a reasonably good condition. So that's why I say every aspect of the service delivery falls under that asset management umbrella. There are lots of definitions for asset management, but the key themes to all the definitions are about managing, being strategic, effective, efficient. It's always about dollars and the best usage of the dollars and optimizing them. And it's about risk management on a physical and a financial level would be two of the primary risks that we got to manage. Asset management can be complex and simple at the same time. It's fairly simple and straightforward when we discuss it at that 100,000 foot level. But as we get into the details, there's a lot of analysis and calculations. So to truly manage the assets, we have to keep it as an iterative process and keep looking at the details and looking at that high-level principle all at the same time. Very importantly, asset management is dynamic. It's not one event at a time, and it has to be ingrained into our work processes every day, weekly, monthly, annually. The current answer, and this is why it's dynamic, may change or be revised with additional information. So something as simple as a unit cost increase or decrease, when properly put into the model, will result in a change to the asset management plan. So we have to keep remembering that that plan is dynamic and has to be instilled throughout the organization. We do have an asset management regulation that basically says we got to maintain the condition of the assets for a 10-year period. And how do we do that? The priority from the regulation perspective is that the life cycle cost activities referred to can be undertaken at the lowest cost to maintain the current levels of service. That's maybe a little bit different than conventional thinking or how people think we approach asset management. I think you do need a performance modeling tool or a software to do that, and Woolwich does have a software to do that. So this is, I'd like to draw your attention to this graph here because it's from 1983. There isn't an awful lot new in asset management. The theories are the same. A lot of the processes are the same. We just have to get our heads around keeping the good roads good instead of fixing the really bad ones, which might, we still have to fix those, but it might be at a significant cost or disadvantage to the priorities of the overall system. So the asset management, from the regulation, there are a few key takeaways. The asset management plan has to sustain the condition of the assets, and to do that, you need adequate budget. The asset management plan has to be endorsed by the executive lead, approved by council, and the status of the plan has to be reported on annually. There's more than one regulation that affects us in asset management. I've provided a list here, which I'm not going to read through, but it's there for reference purposes. What is an asset management system? Well, a lot of people might think that if I just buy software, that's the answer, but it's not just the software. You may need two different kinds of software, like a corporate level and an asset-specific software, to fully realize the optimal management of any particular asset group. And you don't need that full detail at maybe the highest level. And there could be an issue with edit rights, meaning if you have too much detail at a corporate level, there might be a lot of different people that could edit it, and that could affect the outcomes in a number of different ways. So why do we need a pavement or an asset management system? Because we have a lot of assets. If I recall, I think the total value of all the assets in the Township of Woolwich are over $1 billion, with probably about 500 million of that being for the road system. So that's a significant amount of value or assets that have to be looked after. There are competing demands for access across agencies and within agencies. So to move forward, we have to present defensible positions for our funding requirements and achieve the best value for the available funds. Using a fact-based system to move ahead and make decisions should improve our decision-making for all systems users from a technical, financial, and political perspective. So software is part of the system, not the entire system. As part of our asset management system, we need a condition evaluation methodology, regardless of the asset type. There are a number of different methodologies out there for each asset type. The regulation says that we need to have a description of the municipality's approach to assessing the condition of the assets in the category based on recognized and generally accepted good engineering practices where appropriate. I've underscored here the MTO inventory manual for municipal roads. It's one of a number that are used in Ontario, and Woolwich has been using this methodology since the 1970s. It was a methodology that was required to get conditional grant funding from the province up until 1995. The plan and the program development is dependent on accurate data and costs. Data collection should be conducted by trained personnel, preferably using a software product. Regular and consistent usage of the methodology are important to establish trends in performance over time. 58817 requires an update on the status of the plan annually. So that's why it makes it's important that we use the same condition methodology over time, and our rating and scoring, et cetera, is consistent, because then we can start to plot that up over time and see how we're doing overall. And the methodology The methodology utilized will dictate the level of service target, which is required by the regulation. We have to have one or more level of service targets for every asset. This graphic here is from the Transportation Association of Canada Pavement Asset Design and Management Guide. I like it because it doesn't have any numbers and in any direction, vertical or horizontal. And it makes sense because then I can apply this concept to different evaluation methodologies and different asset types. So in Woolwich's case, our resurfacing trigger for rehabilitation is a score of 70 or 14 out of 20 in a different data field that's in this methodology. What that translates looking to at the graph is the trigger value for pavement rehab resurfacing is 70. We want the average of the whole system to be above 70. You can apply that concept to any asset. Looking at this graphic here, I'll draw your attention to two of the lines anyway. The orange line is our system condition over time. So this is measurements that are the average, weighted average system condition in Woolwich taken from 2009 to 2023. And you can see that looks fairly flat. You could see by the line that is white with the black outline that that's the length of the road system, which has increased by 7%. So at first blush, it looks like this average system condition is holding its own, which sounds good. However, when we start to look at the system condition has increased, the system length rather has increased, those are all new roads. They score 100, but the averages remain the same. That is likely an indicator that the programs might be underfunded. We have to develop a plan as part of the regulation. And it's important to note that the assets and asset condition drive the development of the work plan, not the budget. Budget follows the work required to sustain the condition. And creating a plan to match an existing budget may satisfy some political purpose, but in the longer term, that's a problem. And we're here now in Ontario, not just here, but in Ontario, it's a bit of a problem. This is a document the province prepared in 2012 called Building Together. I've underscored some language in there. It says asset management requires a thorough understanding of the characteristics and condition of infrastructure, as well as the service levels. Finally, it requires the development of a financial plan, which is the most critical step in putting the plan into action. So basically, this, what I've said in the previous slide is restated here in this Building Together document. Asset management is a team effort. It's really important that staff convey accurately to council, because ultimately council is responsible, what the requirements are and what the effects or benefits are going to be if not followed. An underfunded plan is a plan to fail, though. How do we come up with a minimum budget that will sustain the system? Well, it's really a function of what the existing system is. So for instance, gravel should have 75 mils or 3 inches every 3 years to sustain the condition. Surface treated roads should be undertaken approximately every 7 years. Hot mix resurfacing in Woolwich, I have a weighted average of about 17 years. Crack sealing once every 5 years. If it considered the above as maybe a law of averages type of assessment, that will come together to develop what I would call a minimum funding level or a short-term sustainability funding level. The program evolving from this funding level will not reconstruct the system, but it should sustain it. So what's this look like in Woolwich? And this is information from the 2023 study. About $3 million annually on average for hot mix resurfacing, $313,000 for single surface treatment, $1.2 million for the placement of additional gravel every 3 years, $80,000 for crack sealing. Excuse me. Adding the above values together produces a short-term funding sustainability level of about $4.75 million. Long-term sustainability is the replacement cost. The difference between the two is what I call the funding window. So this is information again that was provided in 2023, the fall of 2023. So I'm not sure if entirely the expenditures you see there by the brownish orange line actually occurred, but it does show that there was expenditures there. And the critical thing is maybe to look at the short-term sustainability funding level. The current funding on average is below that short-term sustainability. So this slide, in conjunction with the earlier slide about the system condition staying the same, would support that funding level needs to increase. How do we develop a work plan? Well, as I said earlier, nothing's terribly new in asset management. This slide is from 1983, and you can see as we go down the deterioration curve, it's $1 at one point, and then it slides down to about $5. So what the regulation says is we have to stay basically, our priority is not to fix that $5 road. It does need to be fixed. But in terms of asset management, our biggest priority is spending the right money at the right time at the top end of the curve. So here's what it looks like. At the top end of the curve, we'd be doing crack sealing, gravel road resurfacing, surface treatment, slurry, other preservation activities, and then we get to our resurfacing of a single lift. So those would be really the priorities in terms of where we should spend our money, if the roads are in an adequate condition to do that. If you're resurfacing a road that's at the bottom of the curve, you're wasting your money. So it's really got to be the right condition, the right time, the right treatment. We want to resurface 2 lifts. It gets more expensive. Everything as we go down the curve gets prohibitively more expensive, and there's a decreasing return on investment coupled with that increased cost. Some agencies split this between operational and capital. I would suggest that going forward, since the regulation doesn't speak to operational or capital expenses, it just says spend the lowest cost life cycle activity. I would maybe want to refer to what we're doing here as a reinvestment amount is what we're going to calculate. If I slide under that graph from 1983, you can see this all fits together, and it's pretty much what we should be targeting as we develop our programming. Performance modeling software I alluded to earlier. Woolwich has had a performance modeling software since about 2009. This is an output of the modeling software. If we put in different budget numbers, we will get a different performance of the system over time. You can see that the top line is the long-term sustainability. It doesn't include the storm sewer, but notice it doesn't go much above 85, and that's because the program or the software will not invoke work on a road that doesn't need work done. Gravel road strategy, you still have quite a length of gravel roads, and 588.17 indicates to select the lowest cost life cycle activity to manage the assets. The conventional approach has been to keep adding gravel to gravel roads. But what if the surface type changed? What does that do to the life cycle cost? So here's an example here where we've shown the same road that was reconstructed to a gravel surface and at the same time reconstructed to a surface treated or a tar and chip or that type of road. And you can see over that 50-year period, life cycle costs are significantly different. So they're about, the difference, if we did a surface treated is $660,000 and it's about $1 million for a gravel surface road. So that is closing in on 150% more to maintain a gravel road over time. So that's the consideration. That would be the lowest life cycle cost then to convert the road. So gravel road conversions can be completed successfully. We need drainage structure and width and a plan, and we need funding, and the council has to buy into the plan. We have to install advisory signage if required if there's substandard alignment, because remember that conversion isn't a reconstruction, it's just converging it. So there have been some problems with conversions, and this is a clip from a newspaper out in Eastern Ontario where the residents want an atrocious gravel road resurfaced. The mayor says it's not that simple, and the mayor is quite correct. It's not that simple. Inadequate structure and drainage will not be corrected by the addition of any surface type. Ideally, we have to have a process or a decision matrix in place to make that decision about when and which gravel roads that we should convert. So this is a graphic that I had prepared some time ago. And, we start to look at the information that we talked about in that database, dimensional information, condition information on a number of fronts, not just structure, but with drainage and with width and things like that. And the conversion candidates must be structurally sound, have sufficient width, and have adequate drainage. There's a number of municipalities that have been quite successful in converting to hardtop. Haldimand County, 450K of gravel roads converted since 2002. Uxbridge, about 85 kilometers converted since the late 1990s. So it can be done, and these municipalities are similar if I looked at the population density in these areas. So it's not unachievable. The perception is that all we have to do is buy software and push a button to enact an asset management decision. The reality is quite different. There's significant effort required. You need processes, people, and technology. This is a cut and paste from a document that was prepared in the 1990s. So again, these comments remain the same. You need processes, people, and technology. You can buy the most expensive software, but if you don't have the processes and the people, it's not going to work. In summary, adequate funding is key to sustaining the condition of the assets. Software can and should be used to develop asset management plans. Significant setup and maintenance is required regardless of the software selection. I think you do need a performance modeling software, which you do have. There are some caveats or warnings here about how we think it's going to perform. So the performance of the assets is going to be really contingent upon what the design or construction standard is. And it's also going to be, predicated by the inspection that occurred and the quality of the construction. That'll allow us to pursue the development of accurate deterioration curves for your agency. And we need to know what the real costs are and the effects of the treatments on assets. So regular condition ratings of assets are required to confirm, modify, or evolve the deterioration curves and asset management plan for any asset. Screen captures are as shown, and attributions for photographs are as noted. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Anderson? Councillor Cadeau and then Schwint.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, one of the questions that I've been getting a lot from residents is, obviously proposed tax raises. We need to fund this if we're to save money. So I guess my question to you, is it fair to say that money invested today in infrastructure is actually going to reduce the overall cost to the township over the life of the asset?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, yes, I think so. It's if we keep our assets in a relatively good condition and do timely resurfacings, et cetera, the overall asset management cost will be lower. If we set that level of service standard too low, what will happen is, yes, you can maintain that lower standard, but there's going to be a lot more maintenance work required because you're going to be missing the right opportunity. So for instance, if we don't pave at the right time, there will be more potholes, which means that you're going to be paying more in maintenance. And that when a road gets to that condition, it's likely that you're going to get more complaints.
Councillor Schwint.
Thanks. Just want to follow up. You were mentioning to meet the normal maintenance needed for gravel roads every 3 years, I think it was 7.5.
75 millimeters, 3
75
inches.
millimeters, and resurfacing every 7 years. Takes 4.7 million or something roughly, and we're spending 3.3, so we're short $1 million or so. The other municipalities you work with, what percentage of them are meeting the targeted spend, would you say, and how many would be kind of where we're at, and what percentage would be below?
There's a significant number of the municipalities that I deal with that are underfunding their asset program, probably in the order of half.
So we'd be kind of midline, you'd say?
You're you're one of the ones that's underfunding it, but you're getting closer to being at a sustainable number.
Thanks.
Anyone else? No, Councillor Cadeau? No, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you very much.
Anything further on this one? Okay. Then I think we will move into 2026 budget. I'm just looking at the rest of the agenda and the time, but let's start. I'd really like to have a little bit of time on reserves. Sorry, I've got notes here.
Mayor Shantz, if you want to say anything before the budget discussion, we do have one additional delegate.
I think he's listed here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So before we start that, I just want to correct something I said at the last meeting. I was looking up some comparisons that were made to Whitby, and I said a 1% tax increase in Whitby is $80 per household, and in Woolwich it's $12.72, and that was not correct. So I just want to correct that. The actual figure in Whitby would be $22.92 and $12.72 in Woolwich. And so just sort of putting that in context with the different values that are in different municipalities that make it hard to do those comparisons. $80 per household would be 3.49% tax increase in Whitby, and an $80 per household increase in Woolwich would be a 6.2% tax hike. So the point is the same, that we have to be really careful, obviously, when we're comparing municipality to municipality for so many reasons. And I also want to remind council and everyone watching how we got here, because I'm still getting the occasional email. And I asked to have more discussion with council about the budget earlier in the process, so that we can understand pressures and priorities before the budget is finalized. For every other year, staff have gone away and produced a budget. We see it in January, and then we have discussions about it. So this is a different process for us. It's a different process for staff, and it's maybe not as smooth as we would like it, but we'll evaluate it when we're done and decide how we go about it next year. I just wanted to add that for context. So I think with that, I will let our delegate speak. So Mr. Dixon, if you have 7 minutes to share some new information with council.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor Shantz, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on a matter of profound importance to every resident, family, and business in Woolwich, namely the proposed large and potentially perpetual tax increases. The current economic climate demands that this council exercise extreme fiscal prudence. We're not asking for a freeze on taxes, but we are demanding a stop to these crippling, consecutive, double-digit, almost level increases. Residents are already struggling. Inflation has strained our household budgets for groceries, fuel, and utilities, raising the municipal tax portion by 8.7% last year, and now floating a budget with a potential 10% increase plus is not just a budget adjustment, it's an economic shockwave to our community. We're asking our seniors on fixed incomes, our young families saving for education, and our local business owners recovering from a challenging few years to shoulder a burden that is simply unsustainable. It forces impossible choices: pay the increased tax bill or cut back on essentials. The high cost of living is driving people out of the region. We can't allow high local taxes to become another reason why people choose to leave Woolwich, why new families choose to settle elsewhere. The large increases we're seeing, 8.7% last year and the proposed double-digit municipal increase this year, are a symptom of a deeper financial challenge. They're not a one-time fix, and they appear to be a corrective measure for years of deferred action. We've heard warnings that without these steep hikes, the township's reserves are depleted. This is not a failure of the residents. It is a signal that past financial management has not been sustainable or transparent. The idea even floated that we may need a 22% increase to stabilize the budget is a blunt admission of an unsustainable trajectory. As residents, we're willing to contribute to essential services, but we should not be asked to finance sudden, massive deficits that should have been managed incrementally and responsibly over time. We need a multi-year budget that demonstrates a path back to responsible, sustainable increases that are in line with or below the rate of inflation, not a series of one-off crises that drain family finances. Woolwich faces the same regional pressures, the same inflationary costs, and the same growth demands as our neighbors in the region. Yet, the proposed tax increases for the local portion of the other regions are substantially lower. It seems the City of Kitchener is demonstrating a commitment to keep their portion of the tax levy lower, proposing an increase of 3.9. City of Waterloo seems to be targeting currently at 6.34 and Wellesley at 4.99. Why is Woolwich Township repeatedly demanding a local levy increase that's significantly higher than its neighbors? This disparity suggests a lack of efficiency, a lack of prioritization, or an unwillingness to make the necessary cuts that other municipalities are clearly making. We implore you to look at the budget with a fresh lens. Where can we find the efficiencies that our neighbors have found? Where can we reprioritize capital projects? Fiscal responsibility means more than just raising taxes to cover costs. It means challenging the costs themselves. In closing, Mayor and Councillors, we're asking you to reconsider this budget. We are not a blank check for administrative convenience. Our taxes are not a limitless resource. This is not a budget. It's an affordability crisis. I urge you to use your leadership to stop the cycle of crisis budgeting and find a financially sustainable path forward. Benchmark your costs against comparable townships and deliver comparable results. And prioritize the financial health of the residents over the financial health of the budget status quo. 2 meetings ago, you couldn't support even a non-binding motion to implement limits to the budget increases. Please demonstrate a commitment to both service delivery and fiscal responsibility by presenting a budget that respects the financial reality of the people of Woolwich. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dixon? No. Thank you. Before I turn the floor over to Mr. Lynn, I did make a few notes because we have spent some time, staff has spent a considerable amount of time going over the budget, and I met with them this week. We've had some good preliminary discussions, and okay, my first paragraph I already said. But there are a number of areas that we need to focus on to get our fiscal house in order. And while we have received some comments comparing percentage increases to other municipalities or even the cost of living, it's difficult to make those comparisons in a straight line, if you will. We need to make some adjustments to our budget, or we will, in short order, have the province knocking on our door. And I know that we are not the only municipality that has had this problem in the past. In fact, some of my colleagues have, one dealt with it when she was first elected, and another is dealing with it now that she's first elected. And so I'm trying to be proactive here and to yes, create a process and a path forward so that we can be fiscally sustainable. So I've heard loud and clear that council and the public would like to ensure that the organization is working most efficiently and effectively. So during 2026, David will do a deep dive with staff to look constructively at organizational structure and internal communications. And to that end, we've got no positions showing on the levy. There's one in infrastructure services that would be an inspector position to ensure that our infrastructure is sound and it doesn't come back to bite us later on with another council. We've struggled for years with inflow and infiltration, some of that stemming from improperly inspected underground infrastructure. So I don't want to put that on future councils. About half of the increase that you see in the most recent iteration is coming from salary commitments to existing staff and increases in operating costs of our buildings. The remainder is to begin to replenish our reserves. And so there's a number of areas that we were looking at. One is our reserves. The other will be what David will look at next year in terms of organizational setup and structure. And the third was, I'll get to it. So yeah, so half of the increases at this point are coming from salary commitments to existing staff and increases in operating costs of our buildings. The remainder will be to replenish our reserves because we really need to get those in order. So for this year, I would recommend that we're not adding additional funding to the infrastructure reserve. We will continue to fund it as we have in the past, but not increase that amount, and that we work to right-size our reserves. The other piece that I was missing before is the financial system, and Column's working on getting a new financial system. We'll have a new payroll system starting in January, and so all of those pieces together, I'm hoping will start to set us on a good path. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Colin.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson, through you to the rest of council. I attached 2 documents in your budget or in your council agenda package related to the budget. Again, just to reiterate what you referred to, Mayor Shantz, that this is an unusual or a first time for us going through this. Normally, a lot of these discussions are really taking place behind the scenes, more at the staff level. But we're being, I suppose, very transparent with the strong mayor's process, essentially walking through council and the rest of the public, kind of some of the steps that we normally go through with the budget development process. We usually start high and we try to pare things down. We started at a very high level, really using estimates. And as we've kind of gone through the process, we've refined those estimates further and further down. It's not that we start at a very high level. We have better information. We do improved analysis, and through discussions with staff and through the mayor, we've made a number of further refinements since council last saw it. So I thought I would just spend a few minutes to open the floor. And again, this is to facilitate a discussion for the mayor to take that feedback into consideration, both from staff, the public, and from the rest of council, to develop the mayor's budget, which will be coming out later on in 2026. And that will have a more line-by-line item, which council's more used to, with all the detailed costs for every single department. But right now, we're really focused on these high areas for prioritization and refinement, so we can develop some of the mayor's budget here. So I'll just, if you can follow along in your agenda package, but I'll have it up on the screen here also for anyone that may watch or listen at home. The gray column here is what was proposed previously at the November 4th and November 18th council meetings. So I presented this in the same format as we went through in that previous budget meeting. So you may recall we were at approximately 3.81% for base budget, with a number of amendments that we made previously. And that includes the assessment growth in the Breslau Drain 1 debt. So we had a new debt issue, which increased the tax levy. And then we had assessment growth, which will offset the tax levy. So we're at approximately 3.81%. And we will provide more detail regarding that 3.81%. But really the focus for at least this discussion and from the previous items is those larger dollar impact items that will affect the budget. So as Mayor Shantz referred to, the first items here we had in staff positions. So there was 4 essentially staff positions that could be considered for the budget. Based on the previous discussions with the mayor, we've removed any tax impacted positions, which includes the planner and the manager of engineering. So that was roughly $200,000 of a potential tax rate impact. We haven't, there was no tax levy impact related to the new field tech inspector position for new development. and also this building co-op that's also self-funded. So there is still the opportunity to potentially put those in, but there wouldn't be a tax impact related to those positions. So no tax supported positions are now reflected in the budget. Again, this is all subject to change at the mayor's discretion and will be reflected in the final budget. But there was essentially $200,000 worth of savings, 70,000 and 136,000. And I'll just scroll down here. So the focus really, as the mayor referred to, is our focus here is on stability and sustainability, really primarily in our operating budget. So as the mayor alluded to, there has been many years where we've struggled to get taxes very low, and this has resulted in unsustainable cuts to various areas of our budget. So instead of adding costs to our staffing budget, we've taken that $200,000 and added $50,000 for winter control reserve and $150,000 to the operating contingency reserve. The purpose of this is just to provide more adaptability and flexibility in case we do have to weather any storms, particular in winter control or the operating contingency in future years. We won't have the Innova dividend, which we have relied on over the last couple years to shore up our budget. So that was the current recommendation. We're taking that 200,000 essentially that we would potentially be spending on staffing and move it into contingency type of budgets. The next adjustments that we made, so we've kept labor and equipment adjustments. We've changed the name from cost allocation to labor and equipment. Again, just a reminder to council that this is related to structural deficits, essentially, in the infrastructure services budget, where we were incorrectly allocating costs and resulting in a deficit every year. So we don't want to run a deficit in future years. So we're looking at stabilizing that operating budget to the tune of about $273,000. Previously, we had shown a $200,000 increase in the winter control budget. As previously reported, we've run deficits in a number of prior years, except for 2024, maybe 2023, which was a very mild winter. So essentially, we're budgeting for the mildest winter on record, which isn't a sustainable practice. So we need to increase our winter control budget, and we're recommending instead of 200,000 that we're reducing that amount to 100,000. The offset of that would also be potentially a annual recurring contribution to the winter control reserve to start building up a contingency reserve. If we do have the type of weather that we've been experiencing lately, we'll have some kind of contingency reserve to fund some of that. Some of the other changes, and again, I'll try to go through this quickly. Council has kind of directed that we had originally had a net of $50,000 increase to the overtime budget. We've reduced that to zero based on the discussion at council. So we will still incur overtime costs, but it will be and show it in the budget, but there won't be an additional amount in the budget for that. So we'll try to absorb any of the overtime that we have for that. Previously, we had 500,000 in fire equipment. We had already agreed to reduce that to 200,000 to phase in that annual contribution for fire equipment reserve. We looked a little bit more closely at the sustainability of the RCS equipment reserve, and it looks like they're okay for the next few years. Although we do need that 45,000 over the longer term, we could reduce another 45,000 there. And then just some minor changes here. Sump pump relocation, we reduced the cost of that from 75,000 to 50,000. We're looking at potentially cost sharing that with existing residents. Again, this is all subject to the final budget, but that would reduce the tax rate impact for that. We're keeping in surface treatment. We do believe that roads and this surface treatment cost is an important item to keep into the budget, so that's remaining unchanged. And the tree planting, the roadside tree planting, just to clarify, this is related to construction work where they remove trees and to replant those trees. Instead of funding that through the tax levy, that would be funded through the greening reserve. So the 50,000, we do have some funding in the greening reserve, so we would fund the trees, the tree planting from that. The other item is the capital budget impact. We were looking at new tax levy related to capital of approximately $93,000, which would have had a 0.5% increase to the tax levy to support the capital budget. We've shifted some funding around and we're able to fund some of that through the existing reserves and the various grant programs that we have, so we can reduce the tax rate levy related to that capital program. So all in, right now, again, this is not a final budget or even a draft budget, that we're looking at around 8.4% for the tax rate impact. Again, just to clarify, we've also added in previously another 200,000 to our operating reserves to shore them up a little bit, which is 1.1%, I believe, 0.3 and 0.8. So essentially, we're without the reserves. The reserve contributions make up the majority of the increase, as well as what I would call these stabilization injections related to the labor and equipment adjustments and the winter control increase. So that makes up, I would say, 4% of that additional new initiatives and added to the 3.72 base. So this is very similar to a historic budget where we would have somewhere around a X percent, the infrastructure reserve contribution. We're doing something similar this year of having a base level increase and having, instead of infrastructure reserve, it's really primarily to the operating related reserves. But I'll just pause there to facilitate kind of further council discussions just about what we talked about here. And the other thing I'll just mention that I also included a reserve schedule, and I can walk through that separately. I think it's maybe just easier to walk through that separately. Maybe we can focus on that, but feel free to ask questions of either document.
Councillor Schwint.
Thanks. I was actually going straight to the reserves because we talked about boosting our reserves, but when I total up the numbers, we're reducing reserves by about $4 million in this proposed budget. And that's with a one-time $400,000 windfall from our WSIB contributions. So we gotta be a little bit careful to say that we're bolstering our reserves when they're actually going down by 4 million. The other part of this is, what debt are we planning to issue to pay for any 2026 projects?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just on the first question, it's a good point. Just to clarify, the focus really on this budget and what's up on the screen here, and maybe I'll just stop sharing, is really on the operating reserves. So the focus really is on operating contingency, things like the winter control reserve, and just stabilizing, say, the labor and equipment reserve calculations, so we won't have to draw on the operating contingency. So really the focus is on the operating reserves, just for clarity. Councillor Schwint is correct. If you look at these budgets here, again, depends on what column you look at. Most of the draw is really related to the capital budget. So there's a bunch of carryover, primarily in the infrastructure reserve. So we're planning on using 4.7 million of the infrastructure reserve fund, which is being carried forward from the 2025 budget, which gets a little bit confusing. But most of the drawdowns, I would say, in the reserve analysis is related more to capital budgeting than really the operating budget. But the point remains that there is still reductions in our reserves.
Sorry, the debt. What debt are we issuing?
Sorry. Through you, Mayor Shantz, and so the only one that we have, again, this is all preliminary. What we presented to council previously was only related to the Breslau wet well debt. So that is in the 7.3 million that you see here. Again, if that project doesn't happen, that's a 7.3 million draw from the reserve and then essentially funding it through $7.3 million in debt. That's the only project right now that we have proposed to use debt for in the capital budget.
It's pretty clear to me that we can't afford to move ahead with that project next year.
Okay. Councillor Bryant.
I have a question, and it comes out of the email you sent today, the reserve analysis update. You've said the infrastructure spending is 4.7 million, but the revenue was 2.3 million. Why such a huge difference there? Like, why are we spending far more than we're bringing in? That's,
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Bryant. It's a complicated topic, and we've discussed it kind of many times at council, and I wish I had a very easy, quick answer for this. It's essentially, so we are taking in essentially 2.4 million and spending 4.7 million. Where most of this money is coming from, you'll see the carryover, the capital not spent, committed but not spent. So essentially, we've shown a number of graphs where we budget for X million dollars or $1 million. I'll use a simple example, a $1 million project, and we don't fully spend that $1 million. So we still have a $500,000 left over. We take that unspent amount in the current year and move it over into the next fiscal year. So we do essentially have remaining budget in the 2025 budget on projects that we haven't fully spent. And we're taking some of that funding and bringing it over into the next fiscal year and rebudgeting sometimes that same project again with a new amount with a draw from the previous year. So we're working as well, and we can show this in the final budget. I think it would be helpful to show another column of carry forward from previous years. We haven't really shown that. I want to get away from this carry forward kind of process, but that's the reason why there's that discrepancy.
okay, because it's very confusing. When you look at it, it looks like we're spending money we do not have, and that's why I was curious as to why. Okay, thank you.
And Mayor Shantz, if there's no questions on what I showed there, I can go through some of the reserves to provide some of this context if we want to move on to the reserve discussion. I was just going to separate the discussion into those two pieces.
Did you have something else on the first page?
On the first page, yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
The winter control budget, we're adding $100,000 to that budget. How much are we short this year projected?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, the current projection was 700,000, and that was based on, that was the number we had. We were 400,000 over in April, and so we anticipated another 300,000 from essentially November and December of 2025, which was based on 2024's November and December experience. We've had more severe weather in this year, I would say, than last year, according to the research I've done. So it's likely it might be higher than 700,000. So potentially 800,000.
So I'd argue we're $150,000 behind the eight ball before we start.
I think that's true. David?
If I could though, Madam Mayor, I think that's one of the concerns we had when I believe council's feedback, was the reduction in the winter control budget from 200 to 100,000 was not something that we were recommending. It was something that came from council to make that adjustment last time. Just for clarity, like when we went away, we considered the feedback from council, and that adjustment was based on the feedback from the last meeting. So I just want to be clear on that.
So based on last weekend, council maybe revisit that decision, because we probably spent that over 4 days. Harder.
I was also asking staff to try to come in under 8. But I'm not sure if that's doable. We'll talk it out here and see where we end up.
But we can make a budget coming under 8, but if we're gonna be over budget and all our expenses, we haven't accomplished anything.
That's the challenge too, because a budget is just an estimate, right? So many things are just an estimate and a guesstimate. Yeah. Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, we've heard a lot of comparisons to other jurisdictions, Whitby for one. Delegate mentioned Waterloo, Wellesley. I'm wondering if council could task finance to go back and maybe do a comparison to benchmark like the delegate suggested especially the 3 cities and the 4 townships. I would like to see what a 1% increase in, say, 2024, what that amounted to dollar-wise. And if we could have that for all of the various townships and cities, it would give us kind of that comparison to at least comparable jurisdictions within the region. 2024 data should be available, so is that something that finance could do?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I do believe we could get that data fairly easily.
I think we've shown charts in the past too that show the cost, right? And those we've got from other years, so they should be readily available. David?
Yeah, to that end, some of this work has been done in the past that we should be able to just update. Case in point, this council may be familiar with the fact that we've often tried to compare, for example, the residential side of the tax rate and the actual taxes, and we've either been at the lowest or the second lowest across the region, comparing to the cities, the townships, and also our neighboring counterparts.
So looking at ways to try and save some money on the operating side, then the labor and equipment adjustment, I know it's accounting that we charge our stuff out at lower rates than what we actually spend. But is there opportunities to reduce those budgets for the year and try and cut back on our operations? Spend less hours doing maintenance on facilities, more judicious use of overtime, that type of thing to really clamp down on that. So 273, it's 125.
We can go there, but we've all had lots of complaints this year about service levels in all kinds of places, and so it's give or take, right? Colin?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just to answer Councillor Schwint's question, we do believe that 273 is required. It's really more of that structural piece, but also potentially there's other areas that were offsetting that in previous years that we may have had to absorb, essentially $250,000. So we have been reviewing different service levels as Councillor Shantz alluded to, and we're still looking at potential other service reductions like that. Staff, operations staff have been doing that, and we'll reflect anything like that in the final budget.
Councillor Bryant?
Thank you. When you're gathering the information for what other municipality or other regions within our, how do I word this? Other townships and cities within our region are charging, can we make sure that we're not including wastewater as part of that? Because I know the cities are probably including the water and wastewater in their rates. So break it out separately, please.
Okay, if you want to go over to reserves. Good.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz. I also included, because there's been quite a number of questions and debate around our reserve and reserve fund balances. Really, the primary focus of the previous document we looked at was the operating budget to try to avoid these kind of structural operating deficits. But this is a complete look at kind of our current reserve structure. And so the way we laid it out here, it's similar to previous years. It's starting with the 2024 year-end balances. So this is, I would say, as you move right in this table, it gets less and less precise related to our reserve balances. There's more and more kind of assumptions that we need to make as we kind of go further along here, especially towards the end. The council budget decisions haven't actually been made, or the amounts proposed in the budget haven't been finalized yet. But again, with all those caveats, it still provides a high level understanding of where we're at with the various reserve funds. So there's a few areas I just want to highlight for council, and again, very much open to questions and feedback. The first one is the operating contingency reserve. So the operating contingency reserve had roughly about $1 million balance as at the year end of 2024. We have one more anticipated Innova dividend of roughly 680,000. Just for council's benefit, this is what I call a bonus dividend based on the amalgamation. We get a regular dividend, which is included in our operating budget, which we're going to move to capital. But this is extra dividend over and above that we normally receive, and traditionally we put that into our operating contingency reserve. So that's where that 680 comes from. The $580,000 reduction that's the 2024 deficit that we had. So we had a roughly $480,000 deficit in 2024, which wasn't actually included in the year-end balance because it came after the year-end report, minus another 100,000 roughly in there. So that's where kind of that draw is. We're drawing still from the 2024 deficit. And then the in-year adjustments here, that 900,000 that we're alluding to, roughly 700,000 potentially for winter control, and then another potential 200,000 or more related to these equipment and labor allocation adjustments. We're hoping that there's some mitigation savings related to that, but there's potential that we would have to use $900,000 from the operating contingency in 2025 to fund the deficit for this year. So one of our concerns really is that we don't really have that Innova dividend in future years. It's not a sustainable funding source. So we'll have very little operating contingency if we have a similar winter or any other unforeseen circumstances next year. That's why it's so important. Finance feels that to shore up, not run these structural deficits in future years because we won't have those contingencies. The few other items, again, just to highlight, the 3.2 million in the working capital reserve. You may recall last year that we talked a lot about internal borrowing. So we were borrowing internally without having an identified funding source. So that's why we see a negative balance in that working capital reserve. We've put everything into that working capital reserve to more clearly identify that funding source. But we issued debt this year of 3.2 million related to the Breslau drain and the sanitary pumping station. So that topped up our 3.2 million with some other commitments. So we've kind of replenished that working capital reserve by about 2 million. The HR contingency reserve, you'll see two new reserves here. So we added 400,000 in HR contingency reserve due to one-time contributions for WSIB. We weren't expecting that at the end, so we didn't have an HR contingency reserve. So we added 400,000 to the HR contingency reserve. We're planning right now to potentially use 200,000 of that to fund the sick leave liability. We've talked a little bit about the existing sick leave liability, so potentially that could be used as a backstop or a funding source for that sick leave liability. I talked a little bit more about the infrastructure reserve. You will see that there's $4.7 million being drawn, $2.3 million contribution. A lot of that's related to the carryover. Another item is we have to incorporate is the in-year adjustments. The negative 700,000 is related to overspent capital projects also in 2025. More information will be coming in the quarterly report. But so that reduces the amount we can carry over into future years. Development administration has a fairly strong reserve balance. It's one of our few reserves that's funded, and that's would be one of those self-funded reserves that that potential inspector would be coming from. That would be that development administration reserve. Our water and wastewater reserves are looking better. They were in worse shape. They're looking a little bit better, mainly because we've been pausing on the utility capital program, but the wastewater operating in particular is still a concern because we're still running deficits and it's over and above what we can contribute to that. A couple other things, development charges. We're running very low on development charges. I think we're going to speak to that a little bit later tonight. The province has changed the timing of our cash flow related to development charges as well. So we're anticipating maybe 2 million in development charges in 2026. It could be less because now they're being collected at occupancy. That $11 million related to development charge draws is the biggest one is the 7.3 million on the Breslau wet well debt. That'll come out of both the amount proposed and the council debt decision there. So that would reduce the amount that we need to fund from development charges. And I think we anticipate also the half fund to more or less be fully spent. If we get surplus funding from the property sale, we could potentially put that into another reserve, but because of the uncertainty related to the last half installment, we haven't necessarily reflected that surplus funding for that. And just the last thing I will just add for this, for context here, Mayor Shantz had asked that we put in a target reserve balance. So there's two gray boxes on the end here. Essentially, this is just, and it's not an exact science, but it was just my rough calculation on the fly of what we should really be having roughly in each of those different areas, what I would say is a target reserve balance. So I just put in placeholders. All of these are up for discussion. And then for additional context, we always get asked of like, what would comparator municipalities look like? There's very few that are right in our services, but I already had the information from Center Wellington, for example, a similar size municipality, to show their reserve balances. And it wasn't planned this way, but it's very roughly the total balance is the same as roughly what I had estimated the target reserve balance. They have them in different categories, but they have significantly higher utility reserves and significantly higher DC reserves. So those are the biggest differences I saw. So those are, and probably be no surprise, that would be where we're kind of lacking the most compared to our comparators in DCs and utility reserves, but also some of the other reserves. So that's some of the context. And if you have more specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for putting that together, Coleman. I know we wanted to have a discussion at some point on our reserves and targets and that kind of thing, but I think we can do that outside of this. This is just for reference to give you an idea of what a target might be. So we'll have those other discussions when we're done with budget. But are there any comments or words of wisdom on reserves and particularly how they relate to how we're budgeting? I know we talked a little bit earlier when we were doing the training on the infrastructure, where in some cases the infrastructure is a reserve and the projects come out of the infrastructure reserve, and that might be I'm not sure if that kind of change would happen in the context of the budget this year or be part of the financial work that you're doing in 2026.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, that is definitely where we're moving towards, something very similar to what you're describing. I don't think we have time in the next 2 or 3 weeks to make radical changes to the budget at this point, but it's definitely something we're doing in conjunction with the new financial software. We're changing our GL structure and our GL accounts, and it'll improve a lot of our capital project tracking and the reserve analysis.
Okay. Councillor Schwinn.
On that line, the equipment reserve, I know fire trucks are the biggest draw. It's saying we've got $3 million at the end of 25. What have we got on order in terms of fire trucks and for how much money?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, the two that I know right away off the top of my head are the two that were approved in 2024. One was a growth-related fire truck, it was 1.55 million. The other one was a development charge fire truck, was also 1.55 million. There's a few other heavy equipment that's included in there, and I believe there was another, and the fire chief would have to validate this, but I believe there might have been another $700,000 purchase. It wasn't the full aerial. It was another purchase that would also be included there. Oh, the fire chief is online. I
Chief.
didn't realize that.
You've got some info for us.
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Schwint. Currently we have 4 trucks on order, none of which have gone, the dates in which we originally expected to get them are not gonna come out. We have a rescue for Conestoga that technically we should have received this year, which we're not gonna get in 2025 or probably in 2026. And the 2 pumpers that were ordered are the same thing. They should come due in 2026, but we probably won't see them to 2027 or maybe a little after that because we're getting huge delays in getting trucks up and in. And the other rescue is to replace Omara's rescue, which is starting to see significant repairs. And we just ordered that this year, so it won't be in until probably 2027 before we even see it. So we're getting a bit of a span going of delayed having to spend our money. So we get to put a little bit more into reserves. And we're still working on to replace Elmira's aerial, which is another truck that's causing us a lot of repairs. And I'm hoping that was supposed to have seen there again over a year and a bit ago. And I was told it was supposed to be coming 2025, but now we're looking into 2026, even for that truck to show up as well. And that's a used one. So the price difference from 3 million is, I think we have set in for budget about $500,000. So it's substantially cheaper. So
Thanks, that helps, but at least the truck a year at 1.5 is bare minimum for budgeting, rough numbers.
correct. And we will have another truck that we're gonna have to purchase. I think it's 2029 or 2029 is for replace one for Floridale, which is coming up because I'm just doing our 6 frontline trucks at the 20-year replacement value. So it comes up not till 2029. So probably by 2027, we'll be looking at pre-budget approval in order to purchase a truck for there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Almost 10 o'clock and we still have some other agenda to go through. David?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to council, I just want to emphasize something that Colum noted earlier, and I believe you did as well, Madam Mayor, is that, you know, certainly for you, council, and actually because as we keep saying, this is a different process. It's a dynamic process. We're budgeting in real time. And, you know, the reality with that is that there is still more work. There is still more vetting that we're doing. And just so you, council understands the process, obviously with the first ever Strong Mayor's budget, we have weekly meetings scheduled to finalize the budget and get it out to council in January between now, prior to Christmas. And there will be more work to do with respect to areas that we can find savings, efficiencies, and cuts. Just wanted to emphasize that for council and the viewing audience that because this is still real time, it's no different than any other year. The only difference is we're doing it in a very public way, which is good from a transparency standpoint. But what it also has meant, as we have all acknowledged, is everyone has watched us go through, you know, a process where, you know, certainly ambitious requests come in at the start of the budget process and have to be vetted and weeded out and reduced and managed, et cetera. And we've just been doing that in real time, and there's more work to do that we're going to be doing as senior staff working with the mayor through this first Strong Mayor's budget completion.
So for the rest of the process, I would suggest if you've got comments on anything to date, that you get them to either Colum or me whenever you can, sooner rather than later. and we'll keep working away. Our next meeting is in 2 weeks, so I think that this is the last public meeting that we'll discuss it until January after we've set a budget. So certainly willing to hear your comments in the next period of time, but we're coming down to the crunch to get a final document prepared. I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. There are 4 items. Councillor Schwinn, did you want to
We pull
pull?
the auditors, please.
Okay. Anything else that anyone wants to pull? No? Can I have, or well, why don't we just pull it and you can speak to it and then maybe we can do them all together or? Yeah.
Just a question for Colin. Appreciate the speed at which staff got the RFP out for the auditor process and moving ahead on it. I am a little bit concerned though, we only had one firm bidding on it. That surprised me quite a bit. That's the second out tender we've had in the last couple of months with only one bidder. And is that a organizational thing we should be thinking about? And also going to a new auditor, are we sure we want to commit for 5 years? I would be a lot more comfortable with a 3-year process because I don't want to get back into the same issues we've had with the previous.
Through you, Mayor Shantz. For the first question, we were a little surprised, honestly, to just get one response back. We personally reached out to a number of firms that we were aware of. It's a fairly small industry, so I wouldn't expect a ton of responses, but I would expect probably more than one. So we did reach out to KPMG, for example, a number of, I don't want to list them all, but we've all the major players in the municipal audit sphere. We did only get one response back. MNP are a known, they're a known audit firm. I've spoken with the Township of Wellesley, for example, and they use MNP and they're very happy with them. And we did go through still the evaluation process to evaluate their submission. We still scored it. We still looked at all of their experience and they were satisfactory. They have all the right qualifications. To your point around just locking in for 3 years other than 5 years, I personally don't see that as a big risk. They want to at least have the business established because it's going to take a while to get onboarded and looked into it, but I could commit to making sure that we're going out for audit services on a more regular basis. I think that was the bigger priority that we were locking into. I think the last one was 13 or 14 years ago. We could, I suppose if there's any major issues, we could probably just try to work through them rather than go out again. So that would be my kind of feedback on the 3 versus 5 years.
So do you still want to vote on that separately or no? Okay, so motion for the consent agenda then. Councillor Grant, Councillor Burgess, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you. We have no unfinished business. East Side Lands, trunk, sewer, and water main detailed design project, selection of engineering consultant. I have Brian Tucker's name here. There you are.
Hello.
I'm looking over there.
I'm on this side tonight. All right. So yeah, good evening, Mayor Shantz, Woolwich Council members. I'm here this evening to present staff report IS 2020-2025 in relation to the East Side Lands trunk sewer and water main detailed design project. The intent of the project is to complete the detailed design for the trunk sewer that will ultimately connect to the trunk sewer at the Cambridge border, which is still under construction, which will be located at Kossuth Road and Fountain Street, as well as the extension of water mains to support development in the Breslau area. So staff are requesting council's authorization to award the contract for the detailed design of the East Side Land Servicing Infrastructure Project to RJ Burnside at a total cost of $699,980.67 after HSC rebate, and to authorize staff to internally borrow from the roads development charges account to fund the project since the township's water and wastewater DCs are in a deficit position. This project also includes a cost sharing component with the region of Waterloo, whereas the region will fund 50% of the proposed design works. Staff believe that this design assignment will have the potential to unlock residential and employment development opportunities within the Breslau area in the future. Also, having shovel-ready designs prepared allows for more fulsome grant applications should opportunities arise in the future, and negates any construction time delay should funding present itself, which prepares the township for potential economic growth opportunities. Infrastructure Services staff see this design assignment as a critical piece in realizing the potential opportunities in the Breslau area, which will allow Breslau to continue to develop at a pace that matches market forces and prevents design time lag from negating potential opportunities as they present themselves. So with that, I can answer any questions that council may have.
Questions? No, someone with Councillor Schwinn.
Sorry, where are we at with conversations with Councillor Meets the cost share on this?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Schwint. So there are conversations with Conestoga Meets currently, but there is still remains no formal application in place, but conversations continue to happen. There was conversations this week with regional staff too on sewer use bylaw, so there is things moving in the right direction, but again, no formal application from them yet.
Other questions? Someone want to move it? Or not? Councillor Grant? Seconder, Councillor Cadeau. Is there further discussion? Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned with moving forward. If we have no commitment out of Conestoga Meets, I'm just a little torn on what to do with this one.
Yeah, I think this is the one that is the not a bridge, but like a culvert that actually allows for a connection later on. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to council then, so council did approve the Randall Drain culvert lowering last year. That work is going to occur in 2026. That is a part of the servicing strategy for the East Side lands in the south end. That was a constraint in the way of the pipe, the gravity pipes who are coming across the culvert. So that piece is in play already. That has been tendered, that is awarded. What we're asking here in this report is simply to move forward with the design with commitment from the region of Waterloo to cost share essentially 50% of the design to get something to tender so that we have something shovel ready. So there is no construction commitment here. I want to be clear about that. This doesn't mean because we've got the design that we're immediately going to tender. That is something we would wait until either A, funding comes along or other development money comes available. What we felt would be important is to have something established so that we could support economic development and unlock housing in the East Side Lands area with the funding arrangement that we have in place with the region. That's really what the ask is tonight.
Often when funding becomes available, we need to move rather quickly. And so if we have the design done, then it may allow for that. Councillor Schwinn.
I am in favor of proceeding with the project. My reason for asking the question about Conestoga Meets is there's $100,000 hit in terms of less money from the region, and all of a sudden Conestoga Meets wasn't a partner, so that's a $200,000 hit for the township as we're in budget conversations. I don't want staff to forget about this money as hopefully businesses want to go ahead with projects in Breslau, that there's money here that they should be on the hook for, whoever that may be. There's hopefully other businesses as well, so we got to make sure we're recouping these costs.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Schwint too. So those discussions are happening. It's just, again, that formal application piece. So there have been discussions on cost share on what that can look like. But again, need that formal application to occur for anything to be implemented from an agreement perspective. But that's certainly, those discussions are happening, if that helps.
I think it was moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We need a resolution for the bylaws. I'm not going to read them. Councillor Schwinn, Councillor Grant, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you. And this concludes the council portion of the meeting. We'll take a quick 5-minute recess, and then we will do committee of the whole. And Councillor Grant, you are up. Do you want to come?
We are now meeting as Committee of the Whole for items that require more debate and discussion. We will not be making final decisions on these items, but proposing recommendations for the next council meeting. If anyone in the community has feedback on these recommendations, we encourage you to reach out to staff or submit comments to council before a final decision made at the next meeting. Our first item on the agenda is a water and wastewater update. We have the Director of Infrastructure Services, Jared Poupet, here to present the memo. You can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Grant, and through you to Council. This is a joint memorandum to Council as an update to the ongoing water and wastewater investigations that are occurring. There will be a more fulsome report provided to Council in Q1 of 2026. But what we wanted to do was just to let Council know that there continues to be a lot of work, a lot of time and energy invested in this initiative to better right-size the fiscal position of both the water and sewer reserves. I think from the infrastructure services side, it's important to sort of reiterate we had 91 inquiries, water meters in the previous year in 2024, and some outstanding, but it's over 83% have been resolved, all moving in the right direction. This is collaborative effort again between building staff and finance, and then infrastructure services staff with boots on the ground, looking to rectify some of these. Some of these take time to resolve because we have to get access to a property that can be challenging at times. So some of these require a number of notices before we can gain access to determine what actually is the cause or what issues are going on. Some of these also involve licensed plumbers, which we don't have that complement internally. So that is something that we would contract service out, and that takes time to coordinate. So certainly some of the larger water meters or infrastructure that's required can require time, and obviously the supply of parts too. So there's a number of factors for why sometimes you can't resolve some of these issues. But I think again, having 13% outstanding is a pretty good record for resolving some of these issues. That's an update we just wanted to provide to Council from our department, just to say that this is continuing to gain a lot of attention. It is taking away from some of the other work that we have prepared because this is an important initiative. But again, I think all of the pieces are moving in the right direction here. And then the rest, I would suggest maybe if Colin wanted to weigh in on the finance side.
Director Lim.
Sure, through you, Chair Grant. Just to add a few comments here, just on the financial side. This is kind of a first in a series of reports. I believe what we were looking for is the account arrears details. So there's roughly $350,000 in outstanding accounts. Most of them are concentrated in the first 60 or 120 days. So you'll see a lot of that recycles. Most people pay their water bills. If they don't pay right away, they usually pay after a number of notices go out. So we do see that cycle rotate, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as well through the regular reporting. We can see if that number is going to start declining over time, so we can add some more historical data. I want to maybe emphasize too for Council that, again, this is the first time we've been asked for this, so we're going to refine a little bit of the process. The second item that we were looking at was the comparison of the region's consumption to the township's billing. In most cases, we do see that difference where the region is billing us. The township's consumption, for example, should be higher than what the region is listing, but we do see some of those differences flipped, and that's where we're doing some of that catch-up billing. What Jared referred to as well, we've spent a lot of time over the last couple months really trying to focus on catch-up billing if we missed any billing. So it's skewing some of these numbers where we would bill for maybe a year that we've missed. It's skewing some of those numbers. So the next phase of this is to kind of take a deeper dive and go through those accounts in more detail to take out those kind of skewed numbers. And hopefully those discrepancies go down as we're catching up on a lot of these discrepancies. So in the future reports, these are going to come, I believe we committed to bi-monthly. You'll see improved data coming from the finance department on both of these, more historical data and more analysis. There's also been some staffing challenges in the revenue side, but again, happy to answer any questions or to add any more information in future reports that Council may want to see.
Thank you. David.
Yeah, just wanted to, probably should have started with this through you, Madam Chair, to council. Council is familiar that we have an ongoing water wastewater investigation project team. You also have received a couple of fulsome reports, but I believe it was Councillor Schwint at one of the meetings that had said to council, I think I'd like to see something in between. So council has a good idea on also work that's going on in between. And also, as Colm has noted, our Director of Finance, there also was some interest on some of the financial water, wastewater data. As he's noted, and as Jared noted, as we refine these reports, it will be subject to council's feedback. You know, is this what you wanted every couple of months? Does this help meet the mark? Or what sort of refinements? But again, I just wanted to set this context that council, through Councillor Schwint's had asked for something outside the more fulsome reports on this bi-monthly basis.
Thank you. Any questions? Mayor Shantz?
Just curious on the account arrears, are the 869 all unique accounts, or if I've got a bill from June and a bill from August and a bill, do I show up multiple times?
Through you, Chair Grant, they would be unique accounts. They would show up in the different categories. So if you have 5 bills outstanding, for example, you'd show up in the 180-day mark. You wouldn't also show in the 60-day mark. It's also based on property, not by owner. So if you own multiple properties and you're in arrears in multiple, it could be one person that would be showing in arrears multiple times.
Councillor Schwint?
I guess I'm wondering when going forward that we'll be able to reconcile sales and purchases of water on a monthly or bi-monthly basis.
Through you, Chair Grant, to Councillor Schwint. We are definitely working towards that. I believe that was your original intention. Again, this is our first look at that. Some of the challenges, we're definitely going to hopefully have that reconciliation, is the timing for the billing, the wholesale billing, and what we call retail or the customer billing don't line up, for example. So we do bi-monthly billing for all of the settlements, and it encompasses 2 months, but the regional billing is much more accurate. So we have to split out that for 2 months, assign those to the 2 months into the individual monthly basis for each settlement, and we rotate those settlement areas. And then we have this problem with the catch-up billing as well, so we have to strip those out, and we also always kind of have to go account by account to do that. So we're working towards that. I'm working with our manager of revenue to kind of develop a template that we can paste some of that in, and it'll start to do those kind of alignments through different formulas. So I'm hoping in the next report that you get, it'll be much more aligned, in line with, I think, what you're expecting.
Councillor Schwint?
And then also on the finance side, a projected deficit for the year, is the report and the budget fairly accurate? Or do you have another number?
Through the chair, I would say, again, at a high level, it's roughly accurate what's in the reserve analysis. There is a Q3 report coming late. It's coming in the next council meeting, which will have a more detailed projection for both water and wastewater. There are some caveats, as you can appreciate, with some of the collectability of the revenue. So we don't want to assume that we're going to collect 100% of everything that we bill, especially for the catch-up. There may need to be some negotiation there, but in the next 2 weeks, there'll be a quarterly report that'll have a more accurate number of both the operating and the utility deficits projected.
Councillor Schwint?
One more, let's be for Mr. Prepay. Earlier, St. Jacobs residents are concerned about I&I, and I know we've got concerns with that as well in St. Jacobs. When do you think we'll get an update on projects that may be happening at the water treatment center and results from the lining work we've done?
Yeah, through you, Chair Grant to Councillor Schwint. So was able to talk to uh, um, gentleman for Mr. Beisinger for, thank you. Beingessner, thank you very much, from 29 Water Street. And we are looking to set something up shortly. Certainly, Ward Councillor be invited, go back to a meeting with that group. But before that, we have meetings scheduled with the region to discuss. As you know, this is a joint initiative, which has been actively engaged in our component, and we have made some good strides as far as some quantitative data that we've got to demonstrate some of the investments that have been made, namely the Water and Yonge Street component is having an impact. We are still actively looking for an inflow piece on the west side of St. Jacobs. That is ongoing currently right now. And we have been collaborating with the region as far as sharing data. They have also been making inroads into some necessary repairs in their systems regarding the wastewater treatment plant. And we still have to compile the hydraulic rate line analysis to sort of look at what those potential impacts could be. Obviously, we're dealing with built form properties too, and that's a challenge in St. Jacobs in particular with 29 Water Street. So the commitment is still there. It's just unfortunately a little bit of time, and the reality still is weather. Winter isn't the best time to be looking for inflow inputs. It's more the spring. But again, we haven't been able to connect yet fulsomely with the region, and that's what we're actively looking to do and trying to do that before the Christmas break so that we can, early in the new year, meet with the residents of 29 Water and go over where we are to date and what the future plan is. That's St. Jacobs. If I may, we are compiling a work plan for the information that we've been able to gather in Elmira. So appreciate that council has contributed funding for CCTV inspections in Elmira too. That is ongoing, and that is in the capital budget currently. And there is currently showing about $2 million in there, and that is something that we are hoping to keep in there for the 2026 budget to compile a work program to also further reduce I&I in Elmira as well. So those two pieces are ongoing. That will be a full part of the fulsome report for council in Q1 of 2026. But there will be some information sharing between now and then, specifically in St. Jacobs.
Any other questions? Seeing none. And I think this was just for information purposes, so we have no motion. The next item on our agenda, we have Councillor Burgess presenting his motion regarding the Arthur Street reconstruction. You may go ahead.
Thanks through you, Chair Grant. Before I jump into this, I do just want to first say thanks to Boris and his team at the region and Mayor Shantz for being our representative at Regional Council, and CEO Brenneman, Director Freeze, Director Poupé, and Council here for the work they're doing to get a made in Elmira, made in Woolwich solution for this Arthur Street bypass, reconstruction, getting two projects here mixed up. So last Tuesday, the region of Waterloo put on a public meeting about future plans for Arthur Street reconstruction for the section from South Street to Kenning Place. There was a great turnout and passionate conversations and opinions were shared. In a quick summary, they presented two options. One, bike lanes on Main Street, which would remove a lot of parking and narrow the road farther, creating more congestion. Or option two was move the bike lane to Memorial Avenue, which basically entailed lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers an hour, adding speed bumps, and widening the intersections. A possible third option that was never adequately addressed was to repave Arthur Street and fix a bridge while beautifying our downtown and trying to add more separation between residents and shoppers from the busy street traffic. And this would also save significant money. I am putting forward a motion on the agenda that I will read shortly, as I want this council to discuss what we have heard from the public and our own staff and our own feedback ourselves, so we can make a unified call in the region to hear the local community's feedback and the unique needs of Elmira when they go about choosing the final option based on the responses they have received. And as an FYI for the public, the region of Waterloo Council owns Arthur Street, Church Street, and the future bypass.
It is not in the hands of Woolwich Council, which we are. And just before I get into it, I want to share a few thoughts myself and feedback I've received from the public. And before I look forward to hearing from the rest of council, I myself am an avid biker. When I was 18, I biked across Canada with 2 friends from Vancouver to Halifax. And I have 4 kids who love biking, and we often bike on the trails and downtown. So I value good and safe biking infrastructure. And I can personally say I'm more than happy biking on one of the side streets that run parallel to downtown, Snyder or Memorial, with my kids, and would prefer this over being right beside a super narrow road with transport trucks and farm machinery running through right beside us. With this new bike lane comes an even farther narrowing of the road, which is a challenge for these big trucks and will create more congestion. Furthermore, there is limited parking downtown, especially in the winter, and it can be hard to find a spot. So listening to local business owners at the meeting, they are concerned about losing parking. This is what brings them business, and also where their delivery trucks are able to stop and unload without blocking traffic. I personally cannot imagine removing parking and narrowing the road even farther with their current state of traffic. We need to focus on supporting our shoppers and businesses. I also just heard more feedback today about accessibility concerns for seniors and those who are disabled if they are no longer able to park in front of the shops, but will now have a longer walk. Furthermore, the timeline has been moved yet again. Originally in 2012, Woolwich was told to hurry up and fix the water valves because the repaving was imminent. And since I've been on council, it was moved to 2027, and now most recently to 2028 to 2029. This road is terrible for commuters and needs to be completed now. So I want to call on the region to move up this timeline. Lastly, for this motion, I want to touch on 4 main themes to make sure we connect and hear from the public for the project design. Number 1, obtain transparency from the region with regard to the survey and feedback from residents. Number 2, show that the region is applying resident feedback and insight into the build and final option selected. Number 3, allow a shortened time frame given the urgency of the matter of the state of the road. And number 4, recognizing Elmira is distinct from other parts of Waterloo region and should be treated as such, and that one size does not fit all. Each community has their own needs and character, and these master plans need to be tailored to represent them. I will read the motion now. Whereas on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025, the Region of Waterloo hosted an Arthur Street reconstruction meeting for the residents and businesses of Elmira and Woolwich. And whereas there is significant interest in this project as seen by the turnout and feedback from residents and businesses at the meeting. And whereas residents were disappointed in the format of the town hall due to the lack of an open group discussion, question and answer, which left many feeling like there was insufficient opportunity to provide meaningful public feedback. And whereas it was clear that the option to resurface the road and beautify the downtown while maintaining existing on-street parking in lieu of providing bike lanes had not been adequately addressed as a viable option. And whereas the project has been deferred yet again until 2028, 2029, and whereas Woolwich Council and the residents and businesses of Elmira and Woolwich have a vested interest in seeing this project designed appropriately to fit with the community where we live, work, and play, and ensure that the downtown in Elmira thrives. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that Woolwich Council requests that regional staff and council continue to work with Woolwich Council and listen to resident feedback on crafting a made in Woolwich solution that fits our unique character. Provide a summary of the resident survey results and raw data to provide accurate insight into the community input. Use the active transportation master plan simply as a guide so that the unique small town character and charm of downtown Elmira is preserved. Evaluate the option of resurfacing Arthur Street based on the existing layout with a view to moving up the timeline for completion to 2027, and hold an additional public meeting with an open question and answer format and table discussion to review the results of the latest round of public input, hear about any changes that have occurred in the proposed plan and the actual preferred option. So I will move that if someone wants to second it and have some discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Bryant. We do have a presentation from Director Freese on this, but I wanted to maybe inquire if there's questions for Councillor Burgess before that on the motion and specifically. Councillor Trudeau?
Thanks, Chair. Want to thank Councillor Burgess for bringing this motion forward. I think it is an important one, but I want to speak to the context that's missing from this motion. The substance of the motion definitely isn't the problem. The concern is the intent behind it and the pattern that it fits into. Since the beginning of this term in council, both Mayor Shantz and I have been working closely with staff and our regional partners on this file. We've been in conversation through a project team process that Councillor Burgess is also a part of. But he didn't attend any of those meetings. He wasn't present there last year when we started pushing back against the region. He wasn't there in January when the project manager changed. He wasn't even present when the correspondence that I sent to regional staff led to a meeting with Chair Redmond, Mayor Shantz, Woolwich staff, regional staff, and myself. This work has been challenging, but it's been ongoing. He simply chose not to take part in it. So you can imagine my confusion when this motion appeared in the package without any prior discussion or coordination with those who've actively been involved in the project. So my question is simple. It's a yes or no question. Given the years of project work he chose not to participate in around the Arthur Street redevelopment, can Councillor Burgess tonight commit to attending future project team meetings so that we can bring a united voice forward and show the region that this file is a priority for both Ward 1 representatives? Chair, I truly believe that level of participation would have far more impact than the symbolic cage rattling that Councillor Burgess is bringing forward, and quite frankly, the divisive tactics that he's relied on lately.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Burgess?
Thanks through you, Chair. Don't want to turn a very important issue into a shouting match between councillors. I'm not sure why we're turning this into a divisive issue. I've been at the meetings. I've been talking with Boris behind the scenes. Don't know what else to say. I know I did miss one meeting. I will admit that. Yeah, I don't want to have a shouting match about the meetings that were missed by other individuals, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. There's no other questions. We'll turn to the Director of Development Services, Deanne Fries, to have a presentation that outlines what the region is proposing.
Thank you. So this presentation actually focuses on not just the downtown portion of the Arthur Street reconstruction, but also the larger portion of the Arthur Street reconstruction from Elmira to Waterloo, and also the Elmira bypass. And the reason why I'm grouping these three together is because there was also a public consultation held for the other two projects as part A and B. And this will give it an opportunity for council to provide their comments for me to put into a formal report that I can bring back to council, and then they can forward on those formal comments on all of these to regional council and to the project teams. So just to give some of the councillors a background for those who aren't very familiar with this, or maybe you all are, but there's three projects. The one on the left is the Arthur Street reconstruction that's through the downtown core. And the two on the right are the Arthur Street reconstruction from Waterloo up to Elmira, and then the Elmira bypass. Go on to the next slide. So I'll start with the Arthur Street reconstruction through the downtown, and this is the one that the motion was recently on as well. The region presented two options. The first option is the urban design option 1 would include cycling lanes on Arthur Street. The comments that staff has kind of identified with this is it would result in a smaller sidewalk. There are some cyclist concerns with being in between the parking lane and the pedestrian sidewalk. There's some issues with bus stops that the region had identified, and then there's also a loss of parking spaces on Arthur Street and a loss of trees. If you go on to the next slide. This is the option 2, and this is removing the cycling lanes from Arthur Street, but putting them on Memorial Street for the majority of the cycling lane. And then you'll see that it does jog back over on Mill Street, back over to Arthur Street. Does result in some parking loss, but majority of parking can be maintained and trees can be maintained. Next slide. And then just to give you some context for staff comments throughout this project, the reason why we had been recommending from a staff level the removal of bike lanes on Arthur Street was to implement the downtown Elmira core urban design study, which went through extensive public consultation to get to a final design, and there was a strong desire for maintaining as many street trees as possible and then creating that flexible parking patio space so that when parking wasn't needed, it could be converted to patio space for restaurants and businesses along Arthur Street. And then we'll go to one more slide. This was the design that was proposed in the Elmira Downtown Urban Design Study. And then it also did mention specifically in the study about shifting the cycling routes off of Arthur Street to allow that additional space for trees, for wider pedestrian walkways, parking. And you'll see there's like little bubbles beside them that show what our survey results were when we did this study for the Elmira Downtown Urban Design Study, which did express public support for that alternative. And then before I go on to the next project, well, I'll guess I'll put this back to council, whether or not you want to discuss specifically this project, or do you want me to go through all the options for all of the projects that the regions are working on and then discuss later. So what I'm looking for from council is your comments on these so I can consolidate them and bring them back to a report that we can send off to the region and their council and their project team.
And I see Mr. Poupet also has a comment.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I forgot.
Yeah, through you, Chair Grant, the council. I think it's important to note a couple of things here is there are really no underground needs for the township. We own the water main along Arthur Street. So from that perspective, a full reconstruction isn't something that we would require. That's important to note too. I think what also is important to note is there have been conversations, and I was not unfortunately at the public meeting, but there have been conversations with regional staff prior to the meeting about the opportunity to just simply resurface Arthur Street, and that would be between South Street and Church Street. So let's be clear that the project is quite lengthy. There is between South Street all the way up to Kenning Place is the entire project length. But we would see this compartmentalized in South Street to Church Street. We could look at that as simply a resurfacing. That would involve a new asphalt surface, the removal of the of those interlocking brick crossings, and those carriages would be taken out, and then new sidewalk. We do require new street lighting cable underground, so that would also facilitate some removal of the sidewalk, and the thinking there would be we could address some of the issues where we've removed trees and we have some disjointed pedestrian connectivity pieces downtown. So that's something I think important to council. Staff have been receptive to that idea. We also know that that is a more cost-effective approach to the reconstruction, and it's likely could result, and this was the first that I had heard of it at the public meeting, potentially being shifted to 2028. So that would be there would be the possibility to bring that piece forward to 2027 again, which was the original piece. And just the only other part I would add is that in the second option, if we were looking at cycling as being implemented as part of this, the option that would see cycling on Memorial, that would be at the sole cost of the township. So that's important too. If the region was going to implement cycling on Arthur Street, that would be the cost of the region. Appreciate there's all one taxpayer, but just so we're clear on that, that would not, there would be no input from township dollars on that piece. But if we were to look to have no cycling and still facilitate cycling on Memorial, that would be 100% borne by the township of Woolwich at the time of the construction project. So just want to be clear about a couple of those pieces, but I think that's important information.
Thank you. Mayor Shantz?
I think we had talked about on Memorial just painting lines as opposed to the presentation that they gave had speed tables at every intersection, and we still have horse and buggies using the road, and yeah, I would be concerned with that kind.
No, that's fair. And through you, Chair Grant, to Mayor Shantz, is because the region would require AAA facilities on their corridor, they would also require those AAA facilities adjacent. That's what that is. So that is accessibility for all types. That's why that design was prepared by them. And they did that on our behalf, essentially. They said, as we were vetting options, they were saying, hey, if we forgo cycling on Arthur, this is what we would need to replace that on Memorial, is kind of how that came to be. And Ms. Fries has
Thank you. Deanne also had her hand up with Jared, and I was gonna make them arm wrestle, but Jared beat her to the punch.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
let Deanne then.
yeah,
Sure.
I was basically going to say the same thing as what Jared said. And then I guess with the thing that's important to note here is with the option of just the paving, then we could choose what we wanted to do on Memorial. So that's where we could do just painted lines. And I did also just want to say one more thing, the pedestrian area and where the trees or the street furniture or that would still be the responsibility of the township with any option. So just so we're clear that that region would not be including that part as part of their project.
Thank you. Councillor Schwinn?
So I'm a little bit baffled here because I heard a few people thank the region for listening and consulting, and everything we've said they've completely ignored. I'd be a lot happier if the region was more concerned with the AAA debt rating than AAA cycling rating in downtown Elmira. So going forward, I'll be even more disappointed in regional staff if they say they're looking at 3 options, one of them being repaving, shave and pave, and then their written submissions doesn't even allow for you to make that comment. At the same time, they won't take verbal comments because they can't remember them at the public meeting. So I'm really frustrated and concerned that we as a township, council or residents do not have a voice at the region. Mayor Shantz takes our message forward and somehow the ball gets dropped after a conversation. I'm sure the frustration level beside me is pretty high at the moment. So when we debate as a township council what we'd like to see in Elmira, I'm sorry, but senior management here at the township have to make this a priority issue, but writing a report's not the answer. The answer is, Boris, come to council and listen to us. And secondly, we as a township need to delegate to the region saying, this is what we expect as regional government in terms of our downtown and our large city. We're going to have the same issue in Breslau, I'm sure, as that redevelopment happens. So this is precedent setting for all the township. We need to have our voice heard. And so far, the listening's not happening.
Mayor Shantz?
Thank you. This was a very intense meeting, and so was the previous one on the bypass. And there's a lot of very strong feelings and opinions around it all. So we'll try to do this respectfully. I did talk to Boris at the end of the meeting, and his comment to me was, if the people just want it paved, then we'll just pave it and leave it at that. Whether he was just speaking out of frustration or really meant it, I'm not sure. So I don't know what to expect from the region, but I guess from that, I don't have a problem with presenting this motion to regional council and to regional staff as a very strong indication of how this council feels. And I believe it was a strong indication of what was heard at the public meeting as well.
Councillor Cadeau?
Thanks, Chair. More for maybe Clerk Smith. I believe it's a regional policy that calls for the AAA facilities. Has this council ever, what's the word I'm looking for? Endorsed, thank you. That regional report, did it ever come in front of us to agree that AAA bike lanes are the way to go?
Through you, I looked for that today. I didn't find any resolution on the books where council has endorsed the region's active transportation plans like that. But it could just be that I'm unaware of it.
Mr. Brenneman?
In an indirect way, though, I would say that it's been my experience over multiple councils that multiple councils around this table have taken a position with respect to this project that they didn't want to see cycling lanes on Arthur Street. So that's the only historical context outside of the actual plan on this specific project. I think this council in the past, I believe, through your project work, and I know previous councils, because this project has gone on over multiple councils, have, I think, taken similar positions. and made it clear to region staff their concerns with that. And I believe that's why also our staff have tried to work at suitable alternatives, recognizing what's been discussed tonight in terms of other paths in and around downtown Elmira that would provide suitable cycling alternatives.
Mayor Shantz.
I can absolutely say that at the meetings, we were very clear that cycling on Arthur Street is not going to work for so many reasons that have been articulated here tonight as well. So that was many years ago when that comment was made. There was a hold on the projects for a little bit. It seemed to sort of stall out. And I thought we had made our point. I thought we were going down a path that we could live with. And then it sort of resurrected and started over again. And again, the comments that that I received the other night when I talked with staff was, this is regional policy. We're following regional policy. It's a regional road. And when it's a regional road, this is what we do. So again, it's a policy if it needs to be a political decision. I have already spoken to some of my fellow councillors around the table, and we'll go that route if it needs to be, but it shouldn't have to be. Shouldn't have to be this hard.
Mr. Poupet, and then we'll do Councillor Cadeau.
Just from a staff perspective, I think it's important to note, I think what Mayor Sean said is accurate, that staff is looking to implement a regional policy, but I can also say that for the discussions that we've had, and they've been numerous, both prior to the meeting and after the meeting, it hasn't been a pushback from regional staff on the idea of a resurfacing and doing so. So I think, you know, it's unfortunate that I'm not sure why it wasn't presented at the public meeting, other than maybe that was because of policy. But I can just tell you from the meetings with staff, both township staff and regional staff, it's been an amenable idea. So it hasn't been an absolute no. There hasn't been a lot of pushback on that. I think that's important to note.
I wasn't sure if Councillor Godot had his hand up before Jared, and then it would be Mayor Shantz and then Councillor Swint. Okay, Mayor Shantz.
They did present the straight paving option very briefly, very quickly. But most of the focus was on the cycling.
Councillor Swint.
That's fairly presented, but on the survey, which you do online, I can't vote for that option. So tell me we're being guided a certain direction, and staff may not be getting pushback, but instead of what I think the region is doing is, we don't like what you're saying, Woolwich, so we'll just delay another 6 months or a year, come back with the same thing again. Don't like it again, so we'll come back next year, and it delays and delays and delays. And they're playing the game better than we are.
Councillor Cadeau.
Yeah, just to Councillor Schwint's point, the survey had option 1, option 2, or do nothing. And so as a survey respondent, I see the option of doing nothing on Arthur Street. I'm not going to pick that one because Arthur Street needs something done to it. So the results we're getting are not going to be reliable.
Thank you. Mr. Brenneman.
As Mr. Poupet and Ms. Fries would know, we have regular touch points that started some time ago with the region with respect to the east side and the Breslow lands, but we've used those opportunities to also bring up other concerns and issues and projects. In addition to the political route, I would suggest that we can use that opportunity to speak and use that forum as well to convey the concerns that Council's speaking to tonight as well.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Swint?
So I guess I'm wondering what timelines need to be from our perspective to have any hope of having a paving occur in 2027. I would think we'd have to be fairly quick.
Mayor Shantz.
So I'm in the process of talking to Doug Spooner to try to get the bypass moved up into the capital budget to 2030 is what Jared suggested might be doable from our end. This would be a similar thing the answer to your question is by the 10th of December, I need to have a motion prepared. So this week.
Director Freeze?
So I did follow up with Boris, and he did note that they would be going to their council for the Arthur Street portion, the downtown only, in January, February. So I would say if council. Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say before that.
Group pay.
Yeah, and through you, Chair Grant, sorry, to Mayor Sean. So I think we were looking for the bypass piece was probably the 10-year window, sort of at the, just given that we're 2025, probably so if it showed up on the region's capital in that time frame, just given that, and that hasn't been broached yet, but I think options that are at the township's disposal with looking at securing an alignment and so forth is probably more accurate is having it at least show up in the capital plan from the region would be a great victory. Yes, yeah.
Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, we do have a motion and it has been, Councillor Burgess and then Director Freeze.
I was just gonna say, should we do a recorded vote just so Mayor Shantz knows if we're unified or what the thoughts are on that, if she's gonna talk about it at regional?
And there's been a request to put it on the screen.
I think that might be helpful for the viewing public.
I may just actually do a very quick, we need to have a council approve the extension of the meeting to 11:45 PM or later time in accordance with section 75, the procedural bylaw. Moved by Councillor Bryant, seconded by Mayor Shantz. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And now we will move back to the Arthur Street. Councillor Schwinn.
So I'm looking at the motion and the points we're talking about don't fit anymore with our plan of action. So I'm wondering if mover and seconder are willing to modify it based on Mayor Shantz's recommendation to have something to take to regional council next week. That doesn't leave time for a whole bunch of consultation. That provides direction. So this is what we support.
Sorry, my motion would be I was thinking of putting it in the budget, but I'm thinking next year's 2027 because we're talking about 2026 all the time. It would be in conjunction with the budget by December 10th. So I don't care.
Councillor Burgess.
Thanks through you, Chair. I'm open to any amendments to this. I think most of the points still hold, but if you want to add like a 6-point basically, or maybe amend number 4 for Mayor Shantz's comments, I think that would suit fine if you want to suggest something.
Yeah.
Mayor Shantz?
Item 4 really covers it. I would just, if I'm bringing Arthur, I think I would bring it all together in a motion yeah, I think I'd bring it all together. I haven't really thought about bringing it all together, but I think I will bring it all together in one motion for regional council. I have to ponder that a little bit. So I think number 4 covers what we need in terms of timing.
Is there any further amendments? Seeing none. Any further discussion? Also seeing none. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, recorded vote. Yep. Sorry, I will then turn it over to Director Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As requested, I will do a recorded vote in a random order. The motion is, as I was showing on the screen, as was in your package, and as read at council tonight. So I won't repeat it. The recorded vote will be as follows: Councillor Grant,
In favor.
Councillor Kiddo,
In favor.
Mayor Shantz,
In favor.
Councillor Bryant,
In favor.
Councillor Schwint,
In favor.
and Councillor Burgess.
In favor.
Madam Chair, that motion carries with 6 votes in favor. It is unanimous.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the mayor's report on regional matters. Do you have anything you would like to report, Mayor Shantz? Oh, sorry. Never mind. I see Deanne has her hand up, so we will go to Deanne.
Sorry, we still have the other 2 regional projects. If council wanted to make any motions or direct me to compile comments or direct the mayor to delegate to regional council, do we want to go through the rest of those to get council's comment on the other 2 projects?
Councillor Schwinn?
I guess I'm curious what the mayor's timeline. At 10 o'clock at night, we may not do it justice, but at the same time, I don't want to lose a year because that's my bedtime.
So you're talking about the bypass?
The bypass and the Arthur Street reconstruction from Waterloo to Elmira.
So what I'm thinking for the reconstruction from Waterloo to Elmira would be, they talked about being able to do some, potentially do some changes to the intersections with the traffic light, timing, and possibly, I don't know if it would be extending the double lanes at the roundabout or anyway, some kinds of intersection improvements that might help to fix some of the flow of traffic. So I would suggest, my motion will suggest that that happen in 2026. And then that the bypass of the bypass piece be brought up into the 10-year capital plan. I don't have the wording yet. I have to work with staff and I'll try to get that done tomorrow.
Director Freeze?
Yeah, the region also laid out a few alternatives for both the bypass alignment and the Arthur Street reconstruction, if council wants to provide their comments either through you to regional council on those as well. Do you want me to show you the options?
Yes, please.
Can we
You've
share
got them
my
there.
presentation? Yeah. I'll talk fast. Okay, so going now, next slide. So Arthur Street improvements, there are alternatives presented for this as well. The one would be do nothing, that it stays as is. Alternative 1 would include a 4-lane divided highway with a grassed swale in between. Next slide. Alternative 2 is the 4-lane with a center median, a swale separating the multi-use trail. And then just to note, the multi-use trail would also be the route for horse and buggies as well. And alternative 3 would be stick with 2 lanes, but add a multi-use trail separated by a swale. And I think that's all the options. Yeah, then we go into the bypass options. So those are the options that were presented, 0, 1, 2, and 3. So 4 options that were presented. Staff's position on this, if council's interested, was we recognize at this time that the regional assessment is saying that it does not need to be widened to 4 lanes at this time. So we were saying, okay, for the 2 lanes, but we did want to include that request to look at intersection improvements immediately at Arthur and Listowel. And then we would suggest we are okay with alternative 3, with the extension of the multi-use trail all the way to Waterloo, so past St. Jacobs, and then also to remove the grass ditch that separates the multi-use trail and the road because it limits turning abilities for residents on either side of Arthur Street and also horse and buggies that are separated by a grass swale. But council can choose what they want to do there.
Mayor Shantz?
I don't think we're going to get this happening in 2026. So I think we can take our time on this particular recommendation and give it some better thought than sort of picking something really quickly. But what I will do is include that's so if I speak about the intersection changes as an interim solution or a first step. I can also mention that we're going to be discussing it and have some some options in early 2026 that we're comfortable with. Does that sound good?
Any other?
And then I would say just for the next slide, for the Elmira bypass, again, this doesn't have to be an immediate discussion. The only part that is kind of important to staff and getting some kind of council direction sooner than later is staff has comprised a hybrid alternative. So there's the 4 alternatives, I think 4, that are presented by, by the region, and staff are looking at a hybrid alternative that we think is doable because we could add additional lands to the urban settlement area employment land. So if you go to slide 13, and I'm just going to show this to council really quickly. It's the, up one. The red area that could be added to the urban boundary. This would give us an ability to get most of the bypass through future development of industrial lands along there. We know that we already have a subdivision that is there that we can get a portion of the bypass, and it would allow the township to get at no cost pieces of the bypass to start that construction earlier than the region's plan. And the direction that I would need from council, obviously, is to a buy-in for this hybrid option, but also then I would use that somewhat direction to incorporate those red lands, well, as we're doing the official plan, into the urban settlement area, so that they could be developed as future industrial lands, and we could get that portion of the bypass as well. But I don't need a decision today.
And just a couple of pieces there. I think we all agree that the west bypass doesn't make a lot of sense if we're trying to open up industrial lands. The west bypass exists today in our mind. It would also involve some upgrades to Reed Woods Drive. That would be quite cost prohibitive if people have those corridors exist today. So that's why we felt the west wasn't really an option. Then we looked at the east, and I think it's important to note too that this would be very similar to how Southfield Drive was extended in Elmira. That was through developments, and that's how that opened up as developments happen. There are currently development underway right now that would essentially be the south piece potentially, and then the township would look to secure some form of regional wide corridor, much like is happening in Breslau with Ottawa Street Extension and so forth. So I think there's a lot of good pieces to this that starts to become more in our care and control for seeing that being realized. And then I think with Mayor Shantz's advocacy and having something show up in the budget's helpful. So for all those reasons, I think why we like the hybrid option is from staff's perspective.
And sorry, I'll just note that this is staff's option that we've put together based on feasibility. It has not been presented to the region as a township preferred option, just to be clear about that. This is just going to council right now.
Will we be doing that? Sorry,
If
Kayla.
I have direction from council to do that, then yes. I don't want to put something out there if council's not supportive of this alternative.
Councillor Schwint, did you?
Yep. If we could get a copy of this presentation, I think that would help me over the next period of time. But also, I want to hedge my bets. I like where you're going on this one, but I'm less convinced the region is going to like it or pay for it. And I'm really concerned on the short term. We're seeing the development on the west side of Elmira along Listowel Road, and we're building a disaster there as far as moving traffic effectively by adding more and more road access to Listowel Road. We missed an opportunity at Arthur and Listowel Road with the new Home Hardware going there. We can't put a roundabout in anymore. I don't want to miss future opportunities to keep traffic moving on Listowel Road. So we need to consider that for the next 3 to 5 years as well.
Any other discussion? And then, Tian, you didn't need direction tonight, so.
Yeah, I think my direction is just to send this information to council for future consideration.
Yeah, thank you. All right, seeing no other discussion on that, we now move to mayor's reports on regional matters. Mayor Schatz.
We had a quick meeting today. We were done by noon. The one thing that we talked about, there was some talk about circular materials, which is picking up the recycling for the region. And looking for better information from them and maybe coordinating communications between the area municipalities and the region in terms of getting the message out about how the green bins are going to be picked up. There's concern raised about whether they're going to go into the landfill. There will be pickups for recycling the green bins in different places. I don't know where those are yet. But as far as roadside pickup, so far there's not a roadside pickup for the green bins. That was probably the most pertinent piece.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Seeing none. Is there anything from the outstanding activity list? Also seeing none. All right, that brings us to the end of our regular meeting. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. The items pulled from information packages are items for information and public notices. Oh.
Updates, committee reports.
Oh, yep, there is council reports. It's on the other page. Go ahead.
Okay. I think I have what should be some good news. The National Trust is going to bring their conference to the Regional Waterloo on October 22nd to October 25th of 2026. And what the National Trust is, it's been created in 1973. The National Trust for Canada is the leading national charity dedicated to the conservation and promotion of Canada's historic sites. The Trust believes that heritage places are a catalyst for sustainable living, lovable communities. Heritage conservation addresses the needs of communities today by fostering identity, driving economic activity, enhancing belonging, advancing reconciliation, supporting climate resilience, and promoting well-being. And this year's conference will focus on St. Jacobs and the Mennonite community. So it's a good place for Woolwich to promote themselves. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I will continue to bring you information as it becomes available.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bryant. Councillor Cadell.
Thanks. Just a quick question more than anything. At our last meeting, we had a motion about a town hall. I'm just curious as to whether or not one has been planned. I haven't heard anything.
No.
And seeing heads shaking no. All right, that does now bring us to the end of our regular meeting. However, council did not finish discussing all of our closed items and will need to reconvene in closed session. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn and reconvene in close? Moved by Councillor Swint, seconded by Mayor Shantz. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. On behalf of council, we thank all who watched and participated both here and at home tonight. Have a good night.